Alright. Hello. I think tonight is the night where it all ends. I'm really excited to see how this all wraps up. And to think I'm not even I'm halfway done. It's been 2 months. I do this shit 4 days a week. It's been such a slog. It's been a fun slog, but a slog it has been. This game is so fucking cool, though. And we're gonna see how this whole episode for Tea Party and the question marks end, and then we're gonna do the questions arc theory stream on Monday. Most likely. I never commit to any like exact schedule. I could never do that. I'm like the least accountable person. You should never trust me to stream until you see the announcement that I'm live. But here I am regardless. I got some nice alcoholic beverages, some water. I have no food, which was maybe an issue if I'm going to be drinking, but we'll think about it. Maybe I'll have like a 10-minute food break. We'll see how I do. I'm only going to have a couple, but we'll see. So now that my whole Battler fear is like over, and I'm not so worried about like Battler actually being like some like false Rudolph plant or whatever the fuck. I don't like I can't believe Battler gave up that easily. He didn't even try to argue back. I said this yesterday, but he didn't even maybe even the stream before, but he gave up so easily. He folded. I am sweaty. Why? Ugh, I gotta like take off my sweatshirt. Fucking does not happen in November. Is my watch charged? 57%. Oh yeah, yay. I've had this smartwatch for I think about 3 years, and I don't really care for it. To be honest, I prefer like having a regular watch, but there's also something convenient about the smartwatch. I like how it like buzzes when I get texts and stuff. That's fun. But oh wait, I'm not gonna do it from here. I'm gonna do it from here. Just so I can start from the very top, because I don't remember how this even started. I was only like one line in. I say we just jump into it. Oh, thank you so much, Binga. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome to my stream. This is a good time. Definitely a good time to be on here tonight. Well, wait, I try to figure out how this shit's gonna end. I was told that this tea party and question marks could take a couple, like several hours. So there's gonna be enough content here. Hi, Eric. Oh, we are not drinking on an empty stomach. That is a bad idea. Oh god. Oh god, I'm dying. Oh no, 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 we're not doing that. Oh god, why did I drink alcohol on an empty stomach? Oh no, nope, not happening. Okay. Yep. Okay, I'm dying. I don't have a clue what's going on. To be fair, I didn't finish episode 4, though. I mean, I finished episode 4. I don't think I went too much longer after you left. don't have a clue what's going on. Please, someone explain it in a way even I can understand. What happened yesterday? I was in the kitchen of the mansion, grabbing some food without permission. Oh, okay, that's not that long. Yeah, I'm about to get some food in me before I even think about drinking alcohol. Okay. If you open that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. I don't know. He's just here. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. Your ingredients are out of luck too. You ingredients are out of luck too. If only you'd had Goda-san to cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. Very magical writing describing Goda's cooking. I looked at the clock. Very soon, it would be 24 o'clock. October 5th, the second day would end. The insane October 4th yesterday seemed like a lie. That's how much nothing had happened after that test thing. Nothing happened. No phone call came, no letters came, no person came, and no one attacked me. Oh, okay. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy that tension stole from me. Because after that, for an entire day, a full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely nothing's gonna happen now. I'm very impressed if you caught up through all of my Umineko VODs, Binga. That's fucking impressive as fuck, though. You could like watch me just get sucked in over time. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. I think by like my second or third stream, I was just so sucked in. There? I'm so glad I was background noise. That's exactly why I read them out loud and I don't like listen to the people talk. Is so because I know when I watch streams, they're like background noise to me. So that's exactly why I read them like this. So thank you. There, I was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but somehow it hadn't meshed with the other side. Oh, thank you so much. Beatrice got pissed off for no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. When I asked where Maria was, she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whatever test. At least tell me whether I've passed or failed. Are you trying to say, thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later, or something? Quit messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their tests, both George and Anaki were killed. The chapel, fuck! I couldn't let Maria get killed too. Oh, I forgot, Maria's still here. Oh, we're like seeing the end of the fourth game. I never even considered this. Okay, that's what we're doing right now. But it's gonna be the tea party, so there's gonna be like witches here. Also, I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you'd get in trouble if you went near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there, but there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found that none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could make it possible to open the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. Oh, okay, he's in there now. The mansion was wrapped in silence. And, in a horrible stench... Oh, Kinzo's burning. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion must still be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. Hi, Sid. It didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone burnt some meat. At first, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. And found those corpses that were so pitiful. Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. I wonder what he's gonna see. Oh, this is where Beatrice and Battler are gonna have their confrontation about what happened. Oh, that's definitely gonna happen. Oh, I was waiting for that scene. Okay, let's read. Holy shit. Okay. And Battler's back. Okay, let's... I don't think I ever read George and Jessica's. Oh, wait, there's just George's. I forgot. Oh, wait, I already read this one. Her corpse was found in the dining hall. About half her head was destroyed. It's probably reasonable to assume she was murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. However, the witnesses don't believe she was killed with a gun. I don't trust the fucking witnesses. His corpse was found in the dining hall. Yep, murdered with a powerful gun, the witnesses. Powerful gun, witnesses. Powerful gun, witnesses. Powerful gun. Witnesses. Yeah. So to me, it seems safe to assume what happened is that maybe Genji killed all of them, and then Genji killed Jessica, and then he killed himself. Like, that seems really logical to me. Like, the total order that all these deaths could have occurred now is totally up to... Like, it's so wide open right now. Battler can suspect whatever he wants. Plus, there's that whole thing about Kinzo. Like, that, too, is just something that we really gotta take into account. It was the remains of Aunt Natsui and the others who'd become the first victims. Half of each head had been completely split open, and it was so gruesome that even without knowing about a thing about examining corpses, I could say that they were 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. And in addition to those 6 bodies was one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. No! What the fuck? She lay next to Aunt Rosa as though sleeping alongside her. Poison. How does she know she's dead? Is she not breathing? I cried. At the death of an innocent young girl. At the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. I raced through the mansion, swinging the hat stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard!" But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places, sometimes growing more cautious. You know what I would have done is I would have like crab walked through the mansion. Like I would have been like they would not have been able to approach me from any side because I would have been like walking sideways so they couldn't hit me left or right. I would refuse. Could not for a second sneak up on me. Yeah, that works really great with the theory that Rosa's the killer, but I also don't really like that theory. Because I think the person who did it is Beatrice, who exists and really likes Maria. They play Mariage Sorcière together. I went around searching for hiding places, sometimes growing more cautious. And sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways, but in the end, not even a kitten appeared. Then morning came. My tension. It's the 6th? I've never seen October 6th on Rokenjima. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness, making for the worst kind of dawn. That kind of means you're the successor now, Battler. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might be been hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. By that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. I would not be able to fall asleep at all, so whatever, Battler. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I'd been walking around the mansion yelling at the culprits to show themselves. This would be the perfect time to look for, like, secret underground paths and prove Winchester theory correct. My search had been a careful one, and I tired myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. Um, my opinion is no. Mer- Angie was likely too young to really know Beato. I mean, like, sure, they interacted, but she was 3. So there's a connection between Beato and Angie, but I think that's about as far as it gets. The I mean, I think I had my first memories when I was around 3 or 4. Well, I do need curveballs. That's what keeps the banter going. The boat won't come until the typhoon passes. They said on TV it won't pass until tomorrow, so I've got a full day today. Oh, it is the second day. Okay, I was a little confused. Oh, I forgot. All the murders happened on the first night. That's right. For some reason, I thought another full day had passed between then and now. Lazing about lost its interest. And even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall, where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed. But by her mouth were traces of bubbles that might... Oh yeah, that is poison. And it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see in a TV drama. She's like Joffrey. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? Oh my god! You know what that means? Maria was given the choice of killing herself, killing her mother, or killing everyone else. And she chose herself. Wow. Well, that seems most likely. So why was she in a corpse-filled dining hall, lying next to her mother, dead? That's why she's next to Rosa. Fuck. Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. Yeah. Maria's weird because her loyalties are all over the fucking place. And she's really hard to read. It's probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by an injection, would take a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you'd think Maria's death alone was given a special treatment. I don't think so. I think the very most likely thing, and I've talked about poison tea before, but I think this is an example of poison tea. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason, Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest, as though the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? Usually. As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Krause's group and Goda-san had mentioned. Mackerel poison. Is it like mercury? Because I know fish has like mercury in it. That shit'll fuck you up. tuna has a lot of mercury in it. But anyways, the pitfalls that both Uncle Krause's group and Gotasan's had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. I've said, like, I really don't trust Goda and Kumasawa's testimony, and I'm not 100% sure of the other 5. There's reason to doubt. And I know they might call witnesses. Like they did last time. That would be so fucking cool. Huh. Five more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have been a seam just in that place. Well, I'll lift the carpet up. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked in? Also, it seems very, like, if Kinzo is alive, it seems very possible that I really like that, like, knockout theory that Kairi came up with. It makes a lot of sense to me. The only problem with it is the timing, which doesn't line up with their side of the story, but as we said before, their story is questionable. We can't 100% trust it. Because Battler didn't see them at the end of the day. Like, he never saw them and talked to them again. Wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around, feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden here. Anyway, it'd be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So, at the very least, there had to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. Honestly, out of everything that happens in this episode, this is, like, the hardest thing to explain to me. Like, if you could explain this, I don't think you need to explain a lot of the other murders. I think the rest of them come pretty easily. This is the big challenge. So what... Wait, did I read all that? Or at least... Okay, yeah. But by putting together everyone's stories... Each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, there had to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. 100%. Extremely heavily applied. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? Exactly. That's always been one of my biggest questions with this game, is the continuity between the episodes. Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button, you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice? Some kind of contraption like that? kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. The people most likely to be the accomplices in this episode, at least, are the servants. It kind of goes with that whole wolf-sheep puzzle thing. What are those? Jesus! Just get a fucking pair of brown leather shoes, Kraus. Is it that hard? I think brown is your only option here. Or... It depends on what color his belt is, I think. I think that's how it works. Double-breasted lapel jacket ass motherfucker. The biggest crime in this game is the crime against fashion committed by the Ushiramiya family. Oh my fucking god. That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be so... Okay, I already read that. But if Dad and the rest heard about this, I wonder if they'd said I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it, to make it. Doesn't matter how rich they are, they can't even bother to hide. You see, the fucked up part is Rose is a fashion designer. Maybe that's why I think she's probably dressed as one of the best. I think it's definitely an Emperor's New Clothes situation. I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it, to make it. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more than from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist, but I just can't find them? Amateur that I am. Well, I think I kind of agree, Binga, because I think there's like I definitely would consider her like a Nepo baby that kind of just rise to the top just because she was a Nepo baby. I think that's I don't think they ever say whether her fashion's like actually good or not, but we know the company's not doing well. And sure, that could come down to like bad business sense, but I like the idea that she's like this very untalented Nepo baby that would rather spend her time fucking her boyfriend in hot springs and like actually being an adult and raising her daughter. I can't say for sure. Since they claim that the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them, even if I can't find them. Oh, I forgot he's married! The next ones to be killed were Jessica and George Aniki. I discovered George Aniki when I'd been called out from my test. He had been called out to the arbor in the rose garden, and he probably shot in the forehead with a gun. Get fucked. Jessica had been called to her own room on the second floor of the mansion. The door to her room was locked. But that wasn't a problem at all. Inside the master key. No! It makes me so sad. Inside the master room, it was horrible. But after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I built up a bit of an immunity. Rest in peace. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? I think so. Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. That's bullshit. I wonder if he's gonna find the rest of them. And I think it's super interesting that even though Battler saw Goda and Kumasawa hanging, they're not in red yet. So for all we know, they were just fucking goofing around. Yeah, I agree. Because now we're seeing Battler verify the deaths, but when but because he wasn't able to get closer to Goda and Kumasawa to like look at them clearer, he wasn't able to like 100% verify that they were dead. So I think that's a good thing to keep in mind. As far as I could tell by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't got the impression when listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said, "They got me." It's probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right, and she also said this. "When you come, Battler, I'll be a corpse with half its head split open." Oh, that's right. That's what she said. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. That is a big question to answer, too. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death and then died halfway through the phone call? But the way she talked on the phone... Maybe Jessica found the corpses in the parlor, and that's how she knew her head was going to be split open. I mean, it's heavily implied that she was killed by a Genji. I don't think... I definitely think Jessica would want to go see her dead parents. Or at least her dead mother. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. So did the culprit come in partway through the phone call and kill Jessica? I think what happened, what seems the most likely to me, is that Jessica came into the parlor first because she wanted to see her dead mother. She saw all the... She saw all the corpses. She runs into the room, calls Battler, and then Genji kills her. That makes perfect sense to me. Did the culprit come in partway through the phone call and kill Jessica? No, that can't be right. After all, this room is locked. Doesn't matter, Genji locked the door. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless. But she had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual external wound that damaged her head were two different things? I'm not sure if it matters, Battler. And that both of them were made to the same part of the body also seems unlikely given that it was in her head. Maybe if she sustained like a small injury, maybe like a bullet grazed her ear or something. I just don't I don't think that specifically matters to me. You were close. You just needed to replace the U with an A. Shout out to William of Occam, who's really freaking coming in. Sorry, I can't help it. I can't help it. I'm a firm believer of Occam's razor, so... In other words, Jessica was struck... I think my prediction is that Battler will kill Beatrice using Occam's razor. Yeah, they have to mention it in this game. They have to mention it in this game. It is such a powerful tool. In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. But the part about that, Eric, is that for medieval society, religion was so ingrained into their everyday lives, like way more than we could ever have fathomed it. Especially like theologians like William of Occam, is like that was what was considered the rational truth. And that doesn't change until the 1700s. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and damaged her head again. Something like that. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. Martin Luther did go beast mode. Then the culprit thought she'd been killed and went for the time being. Yeah. But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become her dying message. Battler, I think you've got it twisted, brother. I think you have it twisted, my friend. As I said, I think Jessica went in the parlor, saw everybody dead, ran to her room, and then she was killed. Whether or not Genji actually, like, admitted the test, I don't really even think matters, to be honest. You have a different theory. Won't say. I don't know. Is it gonna spoil me? I mean, if it's not gonna, like, spoil me, why not? It seemed to add up more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. And then there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica had said this. George Nissan's done for too. Oh, I totally forgot about that. You think the phone calls were staged? Or that they were under duress to say those things. That's also possible. But my counter argument. Why would Jessica ever say anything about witches? That's true. That is true. I forgot about that part. I forgot that she had said that everything about the witches. That does make sense. But then the question becomes, like, I'm actually not too bothered by the fact that Jessica has a phone in her room. And also, we're not even... Oh, the jail. We're not even 100% sure the jail exists right now. I mean, I want to believe it exists. It's been said and read that Kuadorian exists, and I think my theory about Kuadorian being the mansion is starting to feel pretty wrong after what happened. Especially after what Dr. Nanjo had said. And everything we heard about the secret doc last stream from Captain, I think his name was Katabawa or something. So to me, it seems definitely likely that Kuadorian existed. Yeah, that's true, Eric. But I also think they could have... I'm not too sure about, like, telephone technology at all. But I think they only would have had to have cut the line that went from Rokunjima to... Yeah, I think all they would have had to have cut is the cable that... Not the cable that, like, was the whole system of phones for the, like, the actual island itself, but you cut the cable that goes from... I presume Rokunjima's telephone line is connected to Nijima. That was an instant death. Well, my question, too, then, is does Jessica's front door or front window face the arbor? Because that also seems like a possibility. Maybe she saw George die in the arbor. Like like she didn't see who killed him, and maybe that's why she thought a witch did it. That also seems possible. She said it almost as though she'd witnessed George Anaki being killed. But while you could certainly see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room. The brain could do some wild shit, that is true. But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, and you could even see the roof of the arbor where George Aniki had been summoned, it was very far away. And on the fact that it was the night of the typhoon, it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened from the arbor. Oh wait. Yeah, that's another problem. I hope he finds Kyrie and the rest's corpses. Or at least just Kyrie's. I think Kyrie's is all I want to see. I mean, seeing Kraus and Shannon and Cannon too would be great. And Nanjo. Am I forgetting somebody? No. That's right, it was 5 of them. Imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened from the arbor from this window. Yeah, but the whole thing with Kinzo is I'm still not sure if he's dead or not. I'm trying to stay agnostic on that. Because Battler doesn't see Kinzo, it kind of seems like a devil's proof to me. To use this game's logic. And that could go with the whole idea that the phone messages were somehow made under duress. Like, that could be part of that. It's very hard to imagine she was able to witness everything that happened at the arbor from this window. And more than anything else, Jessica left before George Aniki. So she shouldn't have known that George Aniki's test took place by the arbor. Why was George taken to the arbor? Isn't that where George first proposed to Shannon? Like in episode 1. I think so. Yeah, that's why he was taken to the arbor. So I wonder if the person who killed George knew about that. I'm trying to remember if... Now, I'm pretty sure in episode 2, Shannon talks to Beatrice about George. So maybe she told Beatrice that they were getting... that they proposed. I mean, I also have slight suspicions against Shannon because what she said about, like all the lines about Battler and that sin, that conversation at the beach at the beginning of episode 3. Yeah, that's right, Bingo. And I'm pretty sure she did that in that human Beatrice outfit. Not like the Great Witch Beatrice, like, dress. I'm pretty sure she did it in that human uniform. Which makes me to believe that actually happened. Why did Jessica know that George Aniki had been killed? I mean, it also could have very well been possible that Genji told her that. I'm not sure why. Maybe to scare her. Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kairi-san's corpse as well. Was she the only person killed by a stake this episode? It was the OG Beatrice outfit? Okay, thank you. I didn't miss. I missed her on purpose to tease her, yeah. Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kairi-san's corpse. It was in one of the old guest rooms at the back of the first floor. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. You know, I need to actually take a break because I do need to get food in me. I thought I wasn't hungry, and then I had a sip of beer and I realized actually my stomach's totally fucking empty and I need dinner. So give me like 5 to 10 minutes. You guys should like go stretch, like get some water, because I'm not gonna be back like too soon. So sorry guys, I gotta be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, that was a delicious Reuben. God bless the child. Let's keep fucking kicking ass. Kairi-san's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. It's super convenient that so many people died while talking to Battler. I mean, two, that's a... I don't know. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kairi-san lay crumpled in the corner. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. Also, the stake that killed Kairi was Mammon. Which, like, connects, like, Mammon to Angie and all that. And Mammon also killed Kinzo in Act 1, or Episode 1. It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. After pulling it, I realized this might get me in trouble with the police later. So a little too late, I set it down by Kairi-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. Yay. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Yeah, not very heavy. A couple pounds. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what that stake meant. It's one of those. The style of killing from the fourth Twilight onwards is in the witch's epitaph. It's probably that gouge with a stake and kill thing. Yeah, we've been having some fun time. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, this stake wasn't the cause of death, but just used to damage the corpse after death. She was probably killed with a gun or something like George Aniki. The stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. That would feel pretty easy to verify, I feel. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kairi-san really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kairi-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. It could have just been unlocked, Kairi shot, door locked again. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something, flying in and attacking her. In fact, there was 4 places around, Kairi-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. but a golden thread attacked her? Through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kairi-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old keyholes you see in old mystery movies, where you could peek through to the other side, then it would have been clearly possible to stick something through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were familiar, average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. So no matter how thin an object you might try to stick through the keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated through from the outside and attacked. A cylinder lock. Thank you, Battler. And a keyhole. But despite that, Kairi-san definitely said that something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, spun around while aiming for her, and attacked her. A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant after all. At all. But even so, Kairi-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Kairi. Look in Kairi's pockets. Maybe Kairi has some fucking smoking gun in her pockets again. Please check her pockets. I'm begging you. Kairi is a bad bitch who won't die without making it worth it. It isn't just Kairi-san. Jessica said it over the phone, too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san and got the phone call from Uncle Krause's group, everyone has said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons and is killing people with magic. They've been shown that right before their eyes. They weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. Fuck that. With one voice, they had all said that. Make Beatrix say in red that the voices were fucking bullshit. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, oh shit. Even I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. I don't think I'm figuring out till episode 6. Unless you guys push me hard enough. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had faded completely. I am? That's crazy. I was now able to think something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger? And mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? I'll take that. But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony. On top of that, none of their opinions conflicted with each other. I'm really proud that I connected the thing about Maria getting that dress upgrade when she became a witch. Connecting that to like Beatrice wearing a dress and like Beatrice having that regular outfit. I'm pretty proud of that one. If it had just been a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult. Okay. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Kraus. Not where that's not where I don't think that's where he died. I'm pretty sure he died closer to the like so-called like well entrance. Oh, it is? Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I remember now. Even though he had escaped the dungeon of Kuadorian and somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage, he had been killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake. Like the one... Oh, it's buried... It's in his head, too? That's a bit of a fluke. Like the one that had been buried into Kairi-san's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that this stake was with a weapon used. It had been killed with he had been killed with a powerful gun, like the 6 people in the dining hall, and after death had been jabbed with a stake like Kairi-san. I wonder if the golden threads that Kairi-san spoke of attacked Uncle Kraus too. Does there exist some kind of tool like an endoscope? It's very thin but can be moved about at will. I think that's been mentioned before actually. That can also attack people. No way. I've never heard of anything like that. You know, gouge the head and kill, gouge the head and kill, gouge the head again. But even so, if the fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say, I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. I just can't wait to see the Kinzo like stake gun. Since I can't deny the existence of Golden Thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, I can either accept it, that this mysterious weapon exists, or else. I love taking like qualities I hate and pinning them onto Kinzo. I hate Kinzo. Fuck that guy. That guy's an asshole. It's all his fault. I'll do accept. They're saying this was Battler's fault. Bullshit. It was fucking Kinzo's fault. I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit. Follow the footsteps, Battler. Follow the footsteps. It is real! Behind the mansion and the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. It's real! Where's Cannon's corpse? What the fuck? Were Dr. Nanjo and Shannon Chan's corpses? Oh, they just dropped the stake. They just like dropped the stake down. They didn't feel like going into the well. Man, this person's super sloppy with their stakes. Well, I don't think the stakes have always been consistent. I think they've definitely fucked up before. It's hard to remember correctly, but definitely they fucked up this time. It seems like, I mean, yeah, that part of the prophecy is all bullshit. I mean, basically the six random people isn't the six quote random people on the first day. That's bullshit. If that's all on purpose. Then there's the whole, like, yeah, it's all bullshit. This whole prophecy's bullshit. Both corpses had their heads smashed. And, though they weren't stuck in there were stakes lying right next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon Chan's lovely face, which had been half blown away, was very painful. Then, there was the well. I'd heard that the inside was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion Kuadorian. By this time, I'd begun to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage and left for Kuadorian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. Look for footprints, Battler! It had seemed very likely that they'd escaped to a different location. Battler, it's muddy and rainy outside. I beg you. There's the typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion, Kuadorian. Though the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well... through the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me. This time, I'll storm into your mansion. What the hell? Damn it! The old well had a firm cover on it. All I know is that Erica is a character that exists, that will exist later. And I think she's supposed to be, like, arguing against Battler. That's all I really know. The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I hadn't known better, I wouldn't have thought anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. I wouldn't have thought it was anything more than a simple cover. But from what Kairi-san had told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the sea. How far is the drop? I would just fucking go for it. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism. But no matter how much I investigated, I couldn't find anything to release it. Maybe there's like a lock in Kinzo's study for it. That would make sense. The biggest piece of information Kairi-san tried to give me, gambling her final moments, was the underground passage in this well. Don't think I'll be stopped by something like this cover. I'll smash it to bits. I'll search for a tool. Ed and I had an idea. After all, I'd seen various tools in the gardening shed. Go back in there and confirm those deaths for me. Could you imagine if he went back there and they weren't there? That'd be fucking freaky as fuck. When we'd locked Goda-san and Sawa-san in there. But the shutter to the gardening shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goda-san, who was dead on the inside. In other words, this gardening shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I've got to break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. Kind of feels like I'm going in circles here. Then, while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of that, it was incredibly creepy. Oh, it would be. But there were several large tools there, and I managed to find a fire hatchet and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse. Hello, Kinzo. Crispy Kinzo. Kentucky Fried Kinzo. His body was found as a burnt corpse in the underground boiler room's incinerator. No struggle. Burned after his murder. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. The dead are dead. So now we can't verify when Kinzo died. The classic Kinzo paradigm. No, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found a burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. Kinzo would have loved Kinzo would have been such an annoying asshole on Twitter. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. That's right. I think I heard it from Dad sometime long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly. With 6 toes. I said this before, but I have something called camptodactyly. I have my own, like, finger disorder going on, so I really fuck with that, Kinzo. That is such a deep pull, Eric. I totally fucking agree, though. According to old Ushiramiya family tradition, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as a good omen. That's fucking sick. That's like Lovecraftian. God damn. And because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if I can be certain this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. Yeah, that's... I forget what that's called. besides just being like webbed toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I didn't have a clue why he'd been getting stuffed into a boiler place like this and die. Beatrice probably killed him. Well, it's either Beatrice killed him or he did die before the game started, and then it works with the 18 people thing. I don't think it matters one way or the other, other than we know Kinzo burned. I definitely think this is Kinzo. I don't think this isn't Kinzo. They could have just like kept his body in like some fridge or something. Kinzo is one of those fuckers that would like have his brain put into a jar after he died or some shit. Like he's that kind of weirdo. Or like would be cryogenically frozen or something. That would be him. Didn't have a clue what he'd stuff in a boiler like this and die. A mysterious corpse burning and spitting out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient and was then thrown away? Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd been given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Now that I obtained a tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover to the wall. To the well, oh. But I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. It's time for me to get new prescription glasses, guys. It's been 3 years. I have plenty of time to kill anyways. Actually, maybe 4. Damn. I figured I should check on the condition of Goda and Kumasawa-san's corpses. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it, stuck the wire cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening a hole. Then I faced Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. Yep, they're dead. Okay. Oh, she was shot in the forehead too? That complicates things. That really complicates things. How could they have... I still think these two killed themselves. Or at least if they hadn't killed themselves, I think it's likely that they willingly chose to die. At least to some degree. But this does definitely make this more difficult than I thought. That's why they chose to have these fuckers shot in the head. Just to fuck with me. Then I faced Goda-san and Kumasawa's corpses once more. As a result... Oh wait, did I miss anything there? Oh, they put the ropes around their own necks. That could be a pretty interesting experience now and then. It's never enough. Kinzo needs more punishment. Autoerotic asphyxiation? It's like that one South Park episode. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung by the neck, but Goda was dressed up as Batman, and he was naked from the waist down for some reason. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor. Yeah, that's coming from the killer. This, I presume this also comes from the killer. Killer. Yeah, killer. I think the second paragraph is like the comment from the killer. At least when it happens. And on both of their foreheads were signs they'd been shot with a gun. Had Badler noticed they'd been shot before the first time he checked, though? I don't remember. I mean, he honestly hadn't seen it before. George barrel down Niagara Falls. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each of to match the height of each person. In other words, the lengths have been adjusted so that both Goda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads lolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that they'd stood up with these loops around their... That means that if they stood up with these loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, these loops would have been great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining their faces deep red. It's probably best to assume that they were hung, pulled up, and left exposed, like a shot hung up, exposed, you know, whatever. Why am I struggling with reading? Fuck. If they've been I gotta there we go. If they'd been shot with a gun, they would have probably been lying down on the floor. God damn it. If that had been the case, you probably... Why am I fucking so bad at this right now? If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell that they were dead even if you peeked through the window. I get all the words jumbled up because I read them before I speak them, so... And then I just jumble it all up when I rehearse it. I don't know. The mountains of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. That's why I think they did it. To make the deaths of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hang them like this, making it visible from the outside. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that those two would surely be safe if we left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda-san. Oh, he doesn't have the key's not on them? Bud Dwyer. What's crazy is that happened in my state. Like, it was like huge. I mean, it was way before I was born, but still, it was a huge fucking thing. Should have ensured their safety is now that key. Oh, okay, so he does have the key. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the plate was attached. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. Also, I'm not 100% sold on the fact that the garden shed only has one key. We ban that shit instantly. There is no stream boo plug in my chat. We do not view bot here. I don't care enough about views to view bot. Why the fuck would I view bot? I would be doing the same shit if there was fucking 0 people here. I have done whole ass live streams of 0 fucking people watching. I do it for love of the game. Fuck these people. Holy coyote indeed. Fuck. It happens at least once a stream, too. And that gave rise to another question. Because this can't be explained by a hanging. If they didn't commit suicide, then those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied 2 loops to the beam from the outside. Okay, so then it's easy to explain. If it's possible that they could have been shot through the window, then what happened is that Kumasawa and Goda just, like, tied those ropes there. They hung themselves up just so they could be, like, ambulatory, so they could be, like, standing up. Not ambulatory means, like, walkable. But they were, like, standing up, and then Beatrice shot them through the window. Case closed. Easy. And furthermore, Battler did not check the lock. That is true. He did not check the lock. He just assumed it was locked. And as I said before, it's very likely that somebody let Kumasawa and Goda out. Though I'm such a stickler with this game because I'm always, like, paying attention to whether, like, their clothes are wet or not. It's never mentioned, but I think about that shit. Maybe I'm a little too forensic sometimes, but... And furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. They were dead. They were shot like that. They were alive when they were shot. I read that I had, like, maybe 5 or 6 Sherlock Holmes stories, like, during COVID. It's been a long time. I'm not over the fact that COVID was 5 years ago. In other words, to do all of this, they would have had to go out inside. But the key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. The shutter! Check the door, Battler! In other words, despite the fact the gardening shed had been a closed room, Goda-san had said that there was only one key to the shutter. I don't give a fuck what Goda-san says. Goda-san's a fucking asshole, a liar, and very likely a killer now. But is it possible that there was a copy? Very likely. And that the culprit was in possession of it? Somebody could just make, like, a wax key, too. Like, there are ways to, like, make keys. And we do know that there's wax in the Ushiramiya house. Fuck! Oh, wait, that's huge, actually. That solves all kinds of shit. Wax key theory? Wait, never mind. I don't think it really breaks a lot of shit. Maybe it does, actually. We know... You know what? Until I... True. Exactly. If we're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the gardening storehouse key and Goda-san just didn't know about it, then this isn't even close to a closed room. I don't think it's a closed room at all. But why is it that, despite the fact that almost all the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, just these two corpses were intentionally hoisted up? Because to make it... Why is that? To give Beatrice the shot? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. I couldn't help but feel something odd about that. This is a Disco Elysium situation if they were shot first, though. Very Disco Elysium. Spoilers for Disco Elysium, guys. After this, if we assume that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather's, the death of 16 people have been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. Cannon's corpse is the only one I haven't been able to confirm. Yeah, that's tricky as fuck. Alright, time to go look for Cannon in the freaking well. According to Kairi-san, he had been killed while climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it. So with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars, down into the darkness and the depths of the well. But it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depths with a light of that level. It looks like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchets and things I dragged from the boiler room and gardening shed, I tried to break the cover of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. You could kind of connect this to what happened with them escaping the prison, interestingly enough. Like, maybe he'll go back and he'll find, like, the broken prison bars, and then as a part of him, like, challenging Beatrice, he'll have to explain that. How were they able to break out? I hit them with the hatchet over and over until my hands started to feeling weird, and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... That's right, there's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Cannon-kun cut through the metal bars. I heard that a light, like a red laser beam, grew out of his arm. He just has like a fucking laser pen that he just like... That he sliced through the metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? What's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And used that to burn through the bars? That's surprisingly logical. Still, just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? It almost sounds like the kind of laser beam you'd find in those robot anime I'd love as a kid, doesn't it? Does something like that actually exist? And how did Cannon-kun get that laser beam? No matter how much I want to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well, beyond this cover. If Cannon-kun could slice through metal bars... Sonic screwdriver. I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It feels just like the closed room Goda was locked in while holding the key. If Battler doesn't go into this well, then I have no proof Kuadorian exists. It's fucking devil's proof as fuck. Well, Kuadorian exists. It's more like, what is Kuadorian? We know Kuadorian exists. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had that power of Cannon-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Cannon-kun? Cyborg Cannon, baby. He couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using a strange power, right? Kairi-san told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Cannon-kun possibly be a human on the witch's side? Yeah, he kind of is. Or else, the culprit? I mean, he doesn't like Beatrice, but he's kind of like part of the whole Mariage Sorcière thing. If he's a homunculus. What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? When did this happen? Treating him like the culprit because there's no corpse. And who was the one babbling about the suspicious being innocent? Very well. I couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Cannon and building a human culprit theory that way. I will guarantee it with red. Thank you. Big thanks, Beatrice. Among the 5 people in Kairi's group, he was the first to die. Thank you very much, Beatrice. Very much appreciated. In short, he was the 9th victim. What? Six plus George and Shannon happened after. But I don't think... That messes with things. Then I have to assume Kinzo died before then. Because then that's the only way it works with Genji. Because Genji had to have killed Jessica. Okay. Thank you, Beatrice. Since there's no corpse, I can't say for sure. But Cannon-kun is dead. So, my whispering in red does not reach the PCU. But it did reach you, right? At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that can only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes? No, we even have a testimony that something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The two might have been the same weapon. Then there was the closed room murder of the garden shed and the laser beams that could cut through metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more. Like the group of goat monsters, the story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers, the rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? It's not only the magic. There's Maria's mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George Aniki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damned geezer. More and more. All stuff I don't get. I tilted the wine bottle and gulped. Battler, now is not the time. I mean, I can drink because I'm 25 and I'm drinking beer. I'm good. This is beer number 2. We're doing swell. Battler, you're like a kid. Stop fucking chugging wine. It's fucked up. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Kairi-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George Aniki were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. Even though Kairi-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. Battler 25. At the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. Now I'm nothing but a drunk. You plan on leaving only me alive? Show yourself right away. Come kill me already. It's too much of a pain, so I won't search for you. You should show me your true form yourself. I won't run or hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. You want to kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in a bed. When I exited the kitchen, cut through that fucking painting. Cut right through it. Just freaking destroy it. Fuck it up. That portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly 24 o'clock. Oh, shit's gonna happen now then. Fuck up the painting! Then the sound of the bell rang out, proclaiming that 24 o'clock had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you, witch, Beatrice? I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself. And fight me. Then, the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor, finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase. Fake Beatrice or real Beatrice? So you finally show yourself. I've been kept bored for a whole day. Fake Beatrice. Blah, blah. Well, unless Beatrice actually really does own this dress, but I don't want to entertain that idea. Correct. I gave you a whole day. Was that enough for you to fully exercise the rights of the human side? Oh, this is the encounter. That's why we're in the vines. Yeah. I was bored after all. I did a heck of a lot of it. Angie was a good piece. Yeah, we're definitely meta now. Don't you speak Angie's name. She appeared through a miracle, sacrificed herself, and gave you the tenacity required for certain victory. Don't you speak Angie's name. That brutal death was something you needed. If you hadn't seen that death, you wouldn't have grown serious. Without the wake-up call of Angie's ill-fated future, your tenacity for victory would not have been born. I wonder if, like, the Angie future is even real. Whoa, am I still here? Am I still alive? No? What the fuck? Am I still here? What the fuck? My chat isn't working. Can you guys hear me? What the fuck? Oh god, my internet's chugging. Am I here? Hello? The fuck? Okay, I mean, I can still see it. Holy shit. It says I'm live, damn. What the fuck is happening? Am I downloading something? That is so weird. I do not lag. Okay. Well, I think we're okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Little spooky there. I told you not to speak Angie's name. In short, she was a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, an anger great enough to kill me would not have been born in you. The rivalry between us cannot be destroyed. Damn you, Lady Barncastle. It's more fitting to call that a trump card than a piece. No matter how much a piece acts, it does not stray from the board. But no matter how much power a trump card wields, it is always thrown away after it is used. Angie was truly a good trump card for you. Don't you speak Angie's name! Boom. It's like that Vine sound effect. Where's the Umineko mod that replaces that sound effect with the Vine boom? At Battler's angry roar, Beato finally stopped talking. You know... Oh wait, Battler. You know, I don't have the time to play around in a place like this anymore. Even a tie will keep Angie waiting. So I'll break through you. This is such a character development time for Battler. Take my family and go back home. I won't waste a second playing witch games with you. In that case, what should you do? You know, don't you? Yeah, I'll beat you down. I'll blast away all witches, magic, illusions, and delusions. Come on, let's get started. I won't let you trick me again. Resume the game, okay? I'll tear apart the witch's veil, concealing the outright lie you are. You talk too much. All you have to do is honestly say, I'll kill you. Yeah. If those are the words you want, I'll say them in red. This is the first and last wish of yours that I'll lend an ear to. I thank you. I'll kill you. Very well. Let us begin, Battler. Yes, the time for the witch hunt has become. Try and chase me, try and corner me, try and kill me. I expect a lot from you. Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments. Bring it on. Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. And if you open your eyes amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden. Absolute cinema. Welcome to the Golden Land. Who shall make the first move? Me. Yeah, fuck yeah, Battler! Fuck yeah! Make the first move, Battler! Fucking kick her ass! How bold! In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those rose petals was red. Oh, this is the shitty Golden Land. Did the fact that they faced each other in this beautiful rose garden prove or make claim to a red, single truth? That must be why the roses are red, and why the violets are blue. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion. And these two have such a big fucking crush on each other, it's insane. Not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not. Oh! Forget-me-nots are blue. Yeah, thanks, Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium's the only reason I knew that. I'll bore through everything with my blue truth. From the very beginning of everything. I'll start from the very first game. Very well. Let's see what you've got. Come. Here I go. This is so fucking cool. I'm so hyped right now. It's insane. I've already proclaimed it, but I'll say it again. This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last game. This'll tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning. Ushirimi Akinzo is already dead. So the true number of people on the island is 17. By adding an unknown person X, that makes 18 people. By supposing the existence of this person X, the crime is possible even if all 17 people have alibis. By this, even though the number of people reaches 18, it's still possible for culprit X to exist and carry out crimes, even if all 18 people have alibis. You can break through all the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt. He's right. By making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Beato counters this with the red truth, the illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. This blue truth is valid. The wedge of blue truth that Battler had thrown stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. Was the red blood pouring out from here a protest being made by her red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her. Not bad. But I mustn't be denied yet. I mustn't be killed yet. This is not yet enough. In the subsequent games, there were mysteries that couldn't be explained with that alone, right? Which mysteries? In the final stages of the second game, George took Goda and Shannon with him, barricaded them in Natsui's room, and was killed. Goda killed both of them and then himself. Easy. I'm here all week, folks. Fuck Goda. The key that unlocked Natsui's room was locked up inside the room, and all the remaining keys that could unlock that door were in Rosa's hand. Even if a culprit X existed, it should have been impossible to construct the closed room. The blue wedge that pierced Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out. No, that doesn't shake my blue truth. If the culprit X were to obtain a master key, that's not even close to a closed room. No, it was impossible for the culprit to obtain one. All of the master keys were under Rosa's control. But that's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was the culprit. True. Fuck Aunt Rosa. Aunt Rosa handed a key over to the culprit X by some method, assisting in the closed room murder. That's true. We didn't know that. It wasn't stated very clearly that Rosa had the keys at all time. And after that, she retrieved the key by a similar method. Too naive, Beato. I'd already guessed that much at the time. Yes, you did, didn't you? The wedge that had been gradually losing its sparkle and had seemed as though it was about to be pulled out, regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth, and dug into Beato again, eating into her foot. I'm so fucking hyped right now, it's insane. This music is making it even better. Beato let out a cry of anguish at that pain. Ugh, not yet. This is still nothing. Not yet. Not yet! On to the third game. The 6 linked closed rooms, the murder of Aunt Rosa, Maria, Dad, and the rest death in the hall, the murders of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui. All of that can be explained if we suppose that Aunt Ava was the culprit. This argument was already won back then. And even that final riddle you proposed, through Ava, the murder of Dr. Nanjo can be explained with an 18th unknown person X. Fuck yeah, Battler. That breaks through the whole third game. Can you counter that? Of course. This much is nothing to worry about. In that case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house? Because Beatrice killed him. George did not go down the stairs of the guest house. Is Winchester theory gonna be right? This is like the chance for Winchester theory. But also window. He flew out right through the window. In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Ava, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. But because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down the first floor and escaped while Ava was busy carrying Krause's and Natsui's corpses outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Beato denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window, but all of the windows have been locked. Come on, Winchester theory, please. Please, 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 please. That would be the biggest thing for me. So what? It's just like you said. He flew out the window, right? There was a lawn. So we could tell if he jumped down, but it was raining, so we couldn't tell if he jumped down. Okay, so whatever. That's Occam's Razor. Fuck your Occam's Razor. I wanted to believe in Winchester theory, which is much more fun. Any light traces would have probably disappeared. But why did I add probably in there? I'll use the red truth again. All windows and doors leading to the out. Please, please, this would be such a Pier moment if Winchester theory is real. All windows, except it's a devil's proof because there's no proof now because Battler didn't fucking find any. All the windows and doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside. Furthermore, it is impossible to lock any of those from the outside. George had no technique by which to lock them. I'll use more of the blue. I said it myself at the time. In that case, everything works out as long as someone locked the window after George honest. Like Ava. Ava did it. Fuck. Nothing difficult about that. What? Good. Can I not escape after something like this? Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. I think Lambda Delta is gonna fucking, like, fuck everything up now. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue. There's still nothing that shakes my blue truth in any of the first 3 games. In that case, the only game that can prove you're a witch is this game, the 4th game. Since I haven't countered you with the red, that is so. I shall have to prove witches using only this game. Very well. Give me everything you've got. There's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 people in the dining hall. The 18th person X went wild with a gun and killed everyone. As for the pitfalls, there's a chance that pitfalls truly were hidden there. And it's possible to explain it using Kairi-san's theory, supposing that the poison dart shooting device X, which can knock a person out instantly, exists. The murder of George Aniki, Jessica, and those who escaped from the dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining hall. There's nothing strange about it. But I'm sure you've gotten a counterattack, right? Bring it on! Your greatest sword, this 18th person X, is based on the theory that Kinzo is already dead. I knew you would make that claim. That's why I took Kinzo out of his study. Yeah, I was right about that. I was 100% right about that. All members in this family concert welcomed that Kinzo, right? All of those members met at the family conference, acknowledged the presence of Kinzo. Acknowledge the presence of Kinzo doesn't mean that Kinzo was there. Fuck you, Beatrice. That's so freaking bullshit. Acknowledging the presence of Kinzo and Kinzo being there are 2 whole separate different fucking things. That's right. But grandfather was seriously ill, bedridden on the verge of life and death, right? If he was so worn out that he looked like a different person, maybe nobody would have cared, right? I'll counter with this. That grandfather was a different person, a body double. What the fuck? Body double Kinzo? A different person the relatives mistook for grandfather. What if... Then I'll counter with this. No person would mistake Ushiramiya Kinzo by sight. Yeah, that is a real weird theory. It goes really far with, like, a lot of the shit I've been talking about in this game, but... No matter what the disguise might be used, they would not mistake Ushirimiya Kinzo by sight. Then I'll use this. In the second game, when you announced with the red truth that there was 5 master keys, even though there could have been more than 5 in the first game, you changed the premises of the later games. So it's possible that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the 4th game alone. Therefore, Kinzo's presence in the 4th game doesn't serve as proof that he was present in the previous games. This is so fucking huge. This is everything. Therefore, even if we suppose that the 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by Grandfather, it contradicts nothing. Then let me counter with this way. Kinzo's life or death status is the same at the start of all 4 games. That he's dead in all of them. Fuck it. Kinzo was never there in the first place. Drink some piss, Battler. The setup was not different for the 4th game alone. Repeat it. Kinzo was alive at the start of every game. The start time of every game. I refuse to repeat it. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah, Battler! Fucking plot development. I won't answer that. I won't give you the red truth you so desire. Damn, you're standing in my way, geezer. Are you putting yourself in the line to protect Beatrice, this most beloved witch of yours? Fuck yeah, I get to do Kinzo voice too, what a great night. Swaying that damn geezer came into view. Is he trying to be some kind of knight, blocking the path between me and Beato? I can almost see what looks to be a fedora sitting on his head. Battler, are you capable of surpassing me? I won't let you reach. I will not let you reach, not to the Golden Witch's height, you see. Your thoughtless reasoning cannot surpass even me alone. What the fuck? Okay. What? What? Oh, huh? Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Hi, Kinzo Dragon. Kinzo's jet black cape spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Faced with that black dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly. I'll swallow you up in a single gulp. Disappear, inexperienced fool. Quiet, you damn undying ghost. Huh, do you call me a ghost? So you intend to see it through the end? This theory that I am already dead will prove fatal to you. Be swallowed up by the first twilight of the 4th game and disappear! The black dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs, swallowed Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes. Thanks, Beatrice. Your 3rd game became a full foothold for my counterattack. What? See ya, damn geezer. This is goodbye. As basis for claiming that Kinzo was dead in even the 4th game, I propose the following theory. This is so fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! I love it. Check Twitter, okay. Oh my fucking god, that is one hell of a tea and cookies setup. God damn. Jeez. I just drink tea out of a fucking mug. I just make tea in the fucking microwave. I propose the following theory. Very well. Come with me. Come with all you have, my descendant. Here I go, you damn geezer. My theory is that the name of Kinzo gets passed on as the title. What? That can't be right. I don't believe that. Like, for Beatrice, I believe that. Ushirimiya Kinzo was already dead, and he passed that name on to someone else. Everyone acknowledged that. That way, all of those who met at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinzo. I mean, that works with the Red Truth, but I don't think it makes sense. There wasn't any need for someone to disguise themselves as grandfather, because of everyone acknowledged a new Kinzo. So they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight. As long as this theory is not denied, nothing can change the fact that you're dead. I don't really think that matters. This is the final blow. Damn geezer. I demand that you repeat it. Among all of the people there, not one had multiple different names. That's so fucking big. That's so fucking big. That is such a fucking big balls move from Battler. That is such a fucking huge fucking move by Battler. I cannot. That was really bad. Oh my fucking god, this game's fucking breaking me. Rest in peace, damn geezer. Thank me, you're finally able to die. This is your requiem. Take it and drop dead. Ushirimiya Kinzo was already dead. That's right, you definitely deserve to be pitied, since whenever we find your corpse, it's always completely burnt. I am not solving the final riddle this stream. I really doubt it. That was a device to hide the fact that time had passed since your death. I agree, Battler, that makes 100% sense. Then, you pass that name on to someone else. With this theory, even though you were dead, Kinzo was able to appear at the family con. How's that? This is checkmate! Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power would let the ghost recover again. Beatrice. Kinzo, thank you for everything. Rest in peace. I will not forget my time spent with you. A terrible human being. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden petals scattered, Ushirimiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he fought for the sake of the woman he'd loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness were the real thing. Battler, don't hate me. The dead sleep. Don't wake them. You're up next. This is the end for you, too. Bayato still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized that she was on the verge of death. I've gone along with you a whole bunch. I think I've more than fulfilled any responsibility I had to play with you. But it's about time to finish things up. I've got a lonely little sister waiting home. Let me take my leave with my whole family. Then kill me. In that case, try and kill me. I won't run or hide, and by now I won't even be able to avoid it. Come on, you Shiramia battler. Kill me. You've got it. With the 18th person X from the Kinzo was dead theory, everything remained as had been pierced through. George Anaki and Jessica's deaths in the 4th game can also be explained by Culprit X. And the 5 who escaped from the dungeon and were killed in the 2 in the gardening shed and Maria in the end. All of those can be explained with 18th person X. There's nothing strange there at all. With this, I fully explain the culprit using humans for all games. Beatrice, this is checkmate. No, it's just check, Battler. What? What? Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, had several blue stakes driven into her and was skewered. Beato grabbed at them, trying to pull out somehow. Beato grabbed at them. It got me. Do not play the fucking tear jerk song. God, I love this song. This is one of my favorites, actually. This'll kill me, won't it? If I don't pull these out, I'll die. I've had enough of the pain. Had enough of the anguish. With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the witch denying blue truth burned her hands. Unable to hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might. If I can't pull these out, I'll die. This is my final counterattack. Then, Battler, how do you explain my several acts of magic? The very first time those appeared was in the 2nd game, when I fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow. At that time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic. Certainly at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and fixing a marshmallow by the miracle of magic. Rosa alone witnessing it isn't very credible, right? That's why I increased the number of witnesses to the uppermost limit later on, and why Canon saw it. Which is what happened in the last game. The summoning of my minions, and the brutal murders due to magic. All of those were witnessed by a great many people. That is itself proof that my magic exists. Do you explain that to Shiramia, Battler? Stalemate. Battler stalemated her on purpose? God, this ship is getting better. This ship is getting even fucking better. Battler showed her fucking mercy. Oh my fucking god. He could have won right now if he had just tried. But he didn't want to. Beatrice Battler shippers are winning. What? What? Magic exists because magic exists. Didn't the rules of our brown tube trials say that you couldn't use that kind of argument? Yes, you're right. No matter who or how many people witnessed magic, I cannot become proof of Okay, never mind. I was wrong. My shipping desire is getting thrown up is wrong. But I'll get my day. I'll get my day. Whether all the magic you've shown exists or not, I cannot ignore it all and explain things with humans. That's my undeniable right. Am I wrong? At those words, the blue stakes let out an even brighter light, knocking my hands away. Seems I can't pull them out after all. Get fucked, Beatrice. Eat shit and die. Even though I kind of wish you and Battler... Okay. As Battler is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, I'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just the magic with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but all the miracles of magic. Sleight of hand. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow was fixed. That really isn't that big of a fucking deal. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities. It may be impossible for me to... I know that this was going to be a game without victory from the very beginning, so it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come. Have I fought up until today just to lose to Battler? I began the game thinking I might be able to win. Even if I wouldn't be able to win easily, I believed in a game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur. After all, I had certainly willpower on my side, an unwavering desire to win with certainty. However, I've now lost that miracle completely. And now, certain willpower resides in Battler, leaving me certainly without even 1 in a million chance at a miracle. Or perhaps I should say I've been left without miracle or certainty. No Baron Castle, no fucking Lambda Delta. Fuck you. I will have no victory, and no end through a tie. The only resolution allowed me is to continue on resisting until defeat is given to me in this game. That's right, I'm fighting only to be killed by Battler. I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figure of the little sister waiting for his return, and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual. Obviously, from the very beginning, he has been trying to deny the individual that I am. Yes, that last game sure was fun. I was only tricking him a bit. No, Beatrice, you fucking liked it. You fucking liked it. Shut the fuck up, Beatrice. You're so goo-goo eyes for him. You can't even hide it. Because you're just like some 19-year-old girl. But for just a short period of time, it felt like we understood each other. And that was fun. That's right. I should have made my move then. I should have continued for eternity with Battler still totally fooled. She regrets not living in paradise with fucking Battler. Oh my fucking god. God, they're so cute together. I can't fucking believe it. They're so cute. I love them. Oh shit. I can't accidentally play YouTube Shorts from my phone. Oh my fucking god. But it's just no good, right? That just wouldn't be true victory. Is this checkmate, Beatrice? Beato had been run through with several blue stakes, skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, she wasn't able to fall over, and still looking up to the sky was sewn in place. That kind of has like a parallel to her false death in episode 3. That tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Mid that rain, Beato was soaked and crucified. Is it over, Beato? Can't even let out a squeak. Not yet. You aren't a woman who'll let things end with just this. Don't be ridiculous. How can you look at this and think that it isn't over? Quickly, deliver the final blow. Just say it. With your blue truth. According to this, witches do not exist. Say it. Just say it. With that single blow. Just put a stop to my breathing. It's useless. So you would expose me to even further shame. Isn't it settled already? Stand up. Our brawl still isn't over. Not over, you say? That just now wasn't you losing. You just stopped and gave up. Isn't that enough? Wouldn't giving up mean your victory? You should return to your little sister. No, Beatrice, you have to make the best fucking moves possible. Fucking lock in, Beatrice. It's time to lock the fuck in and let Battler fucking cleanse your ass. Just throw me away. Right here. Didn't I tell you? Yeah. I won't run away. I won't let you run away. That is so... I love them. They're so good for each other. Just who are you? And what in the world is it that you want? If you want to know, why don't you just try your favorite move? Isn't it better this way? With me as a mere delusion. An illusion, isn't that enough? No, Beatrice, you're fucking real. You're fucking real, Beatrice. It's all useless. I won't let you run away. I'll break through you. How could I let you run away like this? I won't let you run back to the darkness of illusions while you're still all hazy like this. I'll break through you. Completely. So stand up. Don't act all frail like that. You're still hiding several moves. I can tell. Why won't you let me escape? And this goes back to the whole thing with Battler telling Shannon that line about returning. I think that might be related to that. Dad, Mom, and Angie, all the cousins and all the relatives and all the servants, you toyed with them so much and killed them. I definitely won't forget. You won't forgive that inhumanity. I can still feel Angie's arms on my shoulders. I won't forgive your inhumanity, so I won't let you get away like this. Battler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again. Instead of the wolves and sheep puzzle, this is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? is fighting endlessly, only to avoid admitting defeat. A fitting endless torture for the endless witch. Is endlessly harassing Battler to avoid giving him victory also part of being the endless witch? It's so sad. Is this what the endless magic is? I've had enough. I've had enough of endlessly being toyed with by witches. I will have no victory and no tie. In that case, there's only one result that can release me. She needs to be acknowledged. Since the last time I succumbed to the path of witches, since the day I made that contract with demons, it was promised that I would meet my end through tragedy, was it not? That's fucking important as fuck. Beatrice is gonna die at the end of this fucking game. And it's gonna be really fucking sad. What's wrong? Golden Witch Beatrice. If you are the ruler of Rokujima, show me a majesty fitting for that, even at the very end. I mean, that's not like that big of a pull from me, because it literally says that at the end of the prophecy that Beatrice is going to be put to sleep now and forever or whatever. Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rokujima. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Beato faced the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Battler. Fool! Just when was I about to praise your good fight and hand over victory? You should regret that pride. This isn't something for you to hand over. I'm gonna take it from you. The same goes for you, right? You could never accept an easygoing victory where I just say maybe witches existing isn't so bad. Isn't that the very reason you intentionally fell apart like that at the end last time? That's right. Last game you took pity on me just once, didn't you? So now I'll pay back that debt. Stand. My enemy, my golden witch Beatrice. God, there's such a fucking ship. There's such a ship. Look at that, she was so happy. She was so happy, she couldn't even fucking hide it. I'm sailing this fucking ship so hard. Fool. You fool. You simpleton. You think you'll get another chance? When Beato yelled, the blue stakes that had pierced her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish. You can't pull it out yet. You can't pull out the blue truth of the 18th person X. I will respond to one thing you told me to repeat. As you reasoned, Kinzo is already dead. Yes! It's fucking confirmed. Kinzo's fucking dead. Fuck you, Kinzo. Rot in hell forever, you dirty bastard. Fuck you, Jagger Bush. Fucking jag off. However, this means that you can take one person out. For now, I have proclaimed that no more than 18 humans exist on this island. I will now lower that by 1 for Kinzo. Fuck! It's over! But why did she hide it for so long? No more than 17 humans exist on this island. Exist on this island when, though? That excludes any 18th person. In short, this 18th person X does not exist. Fuck. Okay, well that's bad for me. This applies to all games. Fuck. This puts me in trouble, man. Come on, Battler, give it a try. What do you know? Looks like you're still hiding some pretty crazy stuff up your sleeve after all. The island, which had no more than 17 humans on it, has been set up to appear as though there were 18. Well, now I really have to do some rereading with like every fucking Kinzo scene and figure out what the fuck's actually going on. Because this totally recontextualizes everything about like Kraus and Natsui and even Jessica, really, to an extent. Kraus and Natsui are looking real bad right now. Genji too is also looking really fucking bad. Does that mean I don't get to read Kinzo anymore? Fuck. I love reading Kinzo. Come on. I guess Kinzo really did fucking die there. Damn. Rest in peace, Kinzo. He died as he would have lived, like a total piece of flaming shit. Taking one off makes it 17, so we've finally reached the correct number. This way, the wedge I knocked you into has been removed. But now double identity Beatrice is back on the table, because Kinzo wouldn't fucking refuse. Kinzo wouldn't fucking refuse to answer that somebody had a double identity, so somebody does have a double identity now. It's confirmed. We'll have to start the fight over again, back from square one. The blue wedge that had sewn Beato in place broke apart. Yeah, Battler is incompetent. There was no longer anything piercing her. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Battler had hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rokkanjima. Then come, Battler. Once more from the beginning. Try and break through everything with the blue truth. I too will no longer play, run, or hide. If you are worthless, then I shall end this match right here, right now. With my grand victory, I'll make you regret your refusal to compromise for all eternity. Come, starting from the first game. Right. How the fuck is Battler gonna do this? I mean, Genji just looks really fucking sus now. He better go after fucking all the servants now. Every servant who went into Kinzo's room now, like Shannon and... I don't fucking trust any of them anymore. They're all fucking... yeah, fuck Shannon and Cannon. They're fucking lying. They are fucking lying. There's plenty of scenes where, oh, Kinzo's getting served dinner. But... Whoa, they're fucking lying. Shannon and Cannon have been fucking lying. These fuckers. There's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives that were found in the gardening shed at the start. I do remember when Canon reported to Kinzo in episode 1. I've talked about that multiple times. I've always called Canon a fucking spy. This shit's so fucking nuts. I did not think it was gonna go this way. Double Identity Beatrice is fucking back. The receipt, too. That feels like a bit of a spoiler, but I've already not been trusting Natsumi for a while. With the whole gold thing. The crime was possible for any of those who didn't have an alibi. Valid. Continue. What about the next closed room murder with Ava and Hideyoshi? Even the chain was set for that closed room. I shall add to the red truth. Both deaths were homicides. It is not the case that after the construction of the closed room, one of them committed suicide. Oh, he did? Fuck, rereaders do love Umineko. Well, I guess I was gonna reread that scene anyways. It's not really a spoiler. You're right. I'm gonna spend like all weekend fucking rereading Kinzo lines. It's gonna be so fucking hilarious. Because I've said this before, but like no scene happens with, it's not like those Kinzo scenes are important regardless. Even if like Kinzo's not in them, or maybe even the timelines don't add up, because there's even timelines we have to consider. Like maybe Kinzo had that conversation before he died, but like even then, I don't want to believe that. I want to believe something different. Like there's something happening, some conversation that's happening. Who wouldn't reread, though? This game is so fucking long. You kind of have to reread to understand it. Is not the case after the construction of the closed room, one of them committed suicide after committing murder. Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both of the victim and the perpetrator in the same room. No method exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from outside the room. Ooh, that's a big one. Suppose that the culprit was a human without an alibi. In other words, the dead. We weren't able to identify some of the first 6 corpses because of their smashed faces. Maybe one was actually a disguised corpse, and the culprit X killed 2 after making us think that they were a victim and hiding away. This is like Battler's character growth. It's so fucking good. He's learned so fucking much. Then, after the closed room murder was constructed, the culprit hid under the bed and waited for all of us to come and leave. Very well. Next. She doesn't even acknowledge that. Wait, is that a I'm smelling something. Is that a Genji Kinzo ship? Oh. Ooh, old man yaoi? Am I smelling some old man yaoi? That's the smell of old man yaoi. I recognize it so well from Disco Elysium. Yeah, I fucking hate Genji now. Ken was killed in the boiler room, correct? Yeah, Kumasawa killed Cannon. It's fucking easy. I shall add to the red troop. All of the survivors have alibis. Let us include the dead as well. In short, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Cannon. Then it was a trap. What? If no one could kill him, then he might have been the one to kill. Cannon-kun might have killed himself. Oh, shit. Repeat it. Cannon-kun did not commit suicide. I fucking can't believe Yeah, Cannon-kun's fucked up. All the servants are fucked now. All these fucking servants are fucking untrustworthy. Every last fucking one. Kinzo was like a cult leader. This is a fucking cult. Cannon did not commit suicide. One more. Repeat it. Cannon-kun's death was a homicide. What? What's the... I refuse to repeat it. What are the implications of that? If it's not a suicide and it wasn't a homicide, then what was it? Was it an accident? Did his chest just do that? What the fuck happened to Cannon? He had a brain aneurysm. He was just really fucking unlucky. He was having a fucking shit day. Involuntary, too. Manslaughter, yeah. Flipped on banana peel. Fucking stepped on Lego bricks. By that refusal, it may be possible to view it as a homicide, but you've already proclaimed and read that no one could have killed him. Got blue. I was thinking the same fucking thing. In other words, it wasn't a homicide. This is the same as the linked closed rooms in the third game. Cannon-kun died for a reason that was neither suicide nor homicide. The details are unknown, but he died due to an accident. Because of the devil's proof, I refuse to explain what kind of blunder could have led to an accidental death where a stake was driven into his chest. This is such a fucking Battler character growth moment. He's fucking using the devil's proof against Beatrice. This is so fucking good. Uh-oh. Now you have the power of demons. You are without peer. What do you mean? I'm right here. It is valid. In that case, what about the murders after that in the parlor of Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa? Naturally, Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them. Okay, thank you. Maria theory is finally put to bed. And of course, that 3 deaths were homicides. We can explain those murders with culprit X, who hid away using an unidentified corpse. Kinzo's. What do you mean hid? Oh! Wait, I'm confused what he means there. What is he saying by that? It's completely possible that one of them was a body double. Oh, okay. I guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses. Therefore, there were no body double tricks. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you. Then you could explain it with simultaneous murders. What? Each of them had a gun pointed at clockwise and blew each other's faces off at the same time? Oh, he's 100% right. I really like that theory. I really because Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa are all fucking in on it. They're all fucking in on it. Especially fucking Nanjo, especially fucking Kumasawa. Fuck all these people. I'm fucking sick. I hate all the servants. They're all untrustworthy. After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them. How about that? What? What a ridiculous argument. How amusing. Then what about Natsui in the end? I shall add to the red truth. Natsui's death was a homicide. There were no unidentified corpses and all of the survivors have alibis. You can explain it with indirect murder due to Trap X. Oh, the trap! Traps are real! Trap theory! What the fuck? I'm fucking losing my... Something was done to Aunt Natsui's gun. Could have been a trap gun built to send a bullet right into the forehead of anyone who tried to hold it up and shoot it. The bullet buried into Natsui's forehead was not fired from her gun. That's bullshit. That doesn't fucking matter. It's possible that Aunt Natsui was lured out by that letter, whose contents were unknown. She was called out into the hall. Then, she was forced to stand at a specified location at a specified time and murdered by Trap X, which used a gun that had been installed there beforehand. Fuck, Battler, that's so good. Wonderful. The reckless arguments of yours are even starting to feel pleasurable now. Out of respect, I shall hand the first game over to you. Well done. The instant Beato acknowledged her defeat in the first game, the stakes of the blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound. This is still hardly painful, and it's not over yet. Come now, for the second game. Beato just barely pulled out the stakes that had pierced her chest. I'm having so much fucking fun right now. I'm actually gonna go get a couple beers. I'll be right back. Like 30 seconds. I'm not even gonna put the fucking BRB screen on. It's just gonna go beers. Can I say, what I really love about this game is, like, as I've played it more, I'm starting, like, I would have had, like, I didn't think any of this shit when I played it through. But if I went back now, knowing what I knew now, and reread a lot of this stuff, like, it would all, like, I would suddenly be a lot more, like, mystery brained. Like, I could figure this shit out. And that's why I think this game is so fucking good, because it kind of teaches your brain to, like, think this way. And to, like, analyze stuff like this. And that's my, like, favorite fucking part about Umineko, is that it teaches your brain like this. But even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood. And she was tormented by the equally fierce pain. It's so good. It's great writing. Peak, dare I say. Umipiko, even. But Beato grinned, grinding her teeth and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing there, we've been killed and harassed over and over. And Angie's been burdened with a future of isolation. Correct. Just by my being here and laughing, this eternal hell will continue. I won't give your little sister back. Let her cry over the family that shall not return for the next 1,000 years. Damn it. No compassion, no mercy on to the second game. I'll start with the first crime. Right after it happened, I penetrated to the truth of the closed room murders where the 6 were killed in the chapel. Someone secretly borrowed Maria's key and secretly returned it to Maria's bag after the crime was over. From the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope, the next day, the key passed through no one's hands. Why didn't she do that back then? Why was she saving that until now? That door might have had an auto lock, just like Gramps' study. In other words, it was unlocked before the crime with a rock or something wedged in so it couldn't close completely. Then, someone gave the key to Maria. Oh, shit! Yeah! The lock was automatic, so it's possible to make a theory where the key wasn't needed. There are no doors with auto locks other than Kinzo's study. The victims locked the door from the inside. One of the 6 was the culprit, and this person killed the other 5, then pretended to be dead. The 6 were already dead by the time they were discovered. All of their deaths were homicides. All 6 were genuine victims and did not take part in mutual murder. There was no simultaneous murder. There were people, Kumasawa-san in particular, who had an alibi at the time. If we assume that someone was hiding on the island, then we've got no problems. Don't fucking trust Kumasawa. There was no one hiding in the chapel. Therefore, the shut-in murder you suggest does not work. What's wrong? Is that all Ushira Mia Battler? It's not so easy once you get a second game, right? It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth. The stakes and wedges of blue truth that I set flying attacked one after another, and Beato cut them down one after another with her red truth, her red treasured sword knocking them down. I predicted this fucking scene. I feel so fucking proud. Like crazy fucking red-blue battle. Some fucking Star Wars shit. God damn. But the blood she'd lost from the first game was probably serious. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could also see her breath grow ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time, I'll break through her. Not yet. It's useless. It's all useless. My twisted logic isn't finished yet. What about this? The food they were given had small bomb... What? Okay, Battler, that's a bit of a fucking stretch. In other words, the crime was possible through Trap X. I refuse bomb theory. The exact nature of bombs they could swallow without noticing, which could blow open their stomachs, is a devil's proof. That's fucking goofy. I refuse to explain. Fuck you, Battler. What the hell's that? Small bombs? But Battler failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. I can't fucking believe it. However, even as the breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. Even I think that theory's pretty screwed up. This is so fucking goofy. But I don't see her arguing back. Got a problem with that? None. Quite a pleasurable, reckless argument. Next up, she didn't even argue back. What the fuck? She's drinking just as much piss. She's taking the piss right now. No problem there. If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used a master key. It's not even a closed room. After that, there was an attack in the servant room from a mystery person who seemed to be canon. That's bullshit! That's fucking bullshit, and we all fucking know it, Beatrice. I had already proclaimed Canon's death in red before that time. They fucking made it up. Because Canon's corpse wasn't even fucking there. I don't think it was. I think it, like, disappeared when they killed him with, like, the magic shit. I don't remember. Okay, thank you, Eric. Yeah, that makes her argument fucking bullshit. If Canon-kun's death was proclaimed with the red, there's no way he was alive. Therefore, there's a chance that the one who attacked that group was in a disguise that made everyone mistakenly think it was Canon-kun. Fucking actual skin theory. Skin theory's fucking real? I was just joking when I said it was a fucking gorilla suit. What the fuck? Small bombs and Umineko's biggest memes. They would never mistakenly think any other person was canon. Then just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, there's a possibility that Canon's name would... No! I don't fucking... I don't believe that. If all your friends did small bombs, would you do small bombs too? This is your brain on small bombs. That is so Battler, it's so much easier to assume that Canon was never there in the first place. And that they made it up. You could suppose that Canon-kun was killed, a different person succeeded that name, and then this person attacked them. I think that's kind of fucking bullshit. Come on, Battler, let's think a little harder here. A corpse, somebody attacks the servants and then they just fucking magically disappear? Let's fucking use our cabezas here. Jeez. A sound like watermelon being squashed rang out, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Beato's left flank. Maybe it hit in a bad place, since it seemed to be really effective. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must have hurt a lot. Once again, you've set up some human as the culprit as if it were nothing. You truly are gabbing on about things you'd never be able to open your mouth and say on the game board. And yet, it's valid. It's not valid, it's fucking stupid. Get a small bomb emote? Can I make one? That reckless argument is pleasurable. Truly pleasurable. This isn't pain, it's pleasure. Why the fuck is Beatrice a masochist? It keeps coming up. That wedge had pierced her, was blasted away. The wound remained, and she continued to be tormented by a fierce pain. You ready? I'll keep going. My blue truth, the last murder in the second game, the 3 who died in Aunt Natsui's room, should still be valid even if the 18th person X denied. Do you have any counter arguments for that in red? If you don't, the second game is mine, all mine too. No, I don't. Fighting over such trivial matters bores me. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the second game. She really is giving up. God damn. The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, 2 blue stakes gouged through Beato's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she grasped in pain. Does it hurt? Hurt? No, this is just tickles. At least compared to having your entire body torn to bits and turned to a pile of scrap meat like your sister. I'll make you scrap meat too. Then your siblings can all be mixed together like ground beef and pork. I'll beat you to death. I'll tear you to bits the same way. Next, the third game. How long are you gonna sit around all worn out like that? I've only just started knocking you down to hell. Naturally, as if something like this could wear me down. Damn, this shit's fucking crazy. We're just getting started. Come, let us begin the third game, starting with the 6 closed rooms. Yeah, that's right. I'm really hoping my theory with the closed rooms is right. I really hope my theory for this is right, because I think I had a pretty fucking good theory for this. You supposedly did penetrate this closed room at the time. But then you killed off Kinzo. It's Genji. It was fucking Genji. Whatever, my fucking idea just changed. At the time, I theorized that Gramps was the culprit. That after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he'd constructed his own closed room in the boiler room. And that there, he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in the boiler. But now I've declared that Gramps was already dead, so I've been denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However, there's no problem. Plenty of people besides Gramps could have committed the crime. You could even claim that all of the adults holding the family conference were in on it. All 5 master keys were discovered, each of them in the pocket of the servants. It doesn't matter, the master keys don't okay, individual room keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. In short, all keys related to the closed rooms were locked inside the linked closed rooms. No key could have returned from outside the room using a crack in the door, the crack of the window, vents, or any place of the sort. Then they were killed with poison gas. What? Battler, come on, buddy. This is a little crazy. Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right? The murder was carried out from outside the closed room. All of them had what appeared to be gunshot wounds that were fatal. Murdering them from outside the room would have been impossible. I shall say once more, Thread. When the 5 others than Kinzo were killed, the killer was definitely in the same room as them. I already proclaimed and read at the time that there were no suicides. After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit created a linked closed room. But the culprit had no way to return just the key to the very last room, and yet they were able to do it. After all, the first person to discover a corpse just had to pretend to find the key and pull it from the pocket of one of the corpses. Okay, that actually makes a lot of fucking sense. That's not what I thought of. She couldn't fully block the retort of that blue stake. I think that's actually pretty fucking good, I'm not gonna lie. Beato was pushed by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after another, finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. Yeah. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beato's entire body has been torn apart and pierced. Wait, why am I reading it in Beato's voice? Fuck. Beato's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again. And now she was totally covered in blood. But even so, Beato grinned, cackling as though this was amusing. How could a man who promised to bring Angie's parents home voice a theory where those parents are the culprits? Splendid. Even that's just fine, right? Go be a big, happy family, getting their hands dirty with mass murder. Then return to Angie stained with blood that will never come off. How could we expect anything less from the people who returned alive from the Witch's Island? What? That mincemeat Angie needs. Arrgh, shut up! I'll kill you! I'll tear you apart. No need to waste your time begging for your life. I'll definitely give you the worst kind of death by my own hands. Yes, you probably could do it. I've explored the depths of cruelty for over 1,000 years, and you probably will gift me a fitting end for all of that. Oh, does that hurt? Is it harsh? Or does it tickle? Is that supposed to torment me? Come on, Ushiramiya Battler. There are mysteries left. Still. Beato had already countered my first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Ava was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her, this time thoroughly, without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spend playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In her isolation, Angie will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Angie as fast as I can. You're all worn out. Standing at death's door, are you? It still doesn't burden me. Something like this. It tickles. It looks like you don't need any mercy. I never asked for it in the first place. I'm going all out. Do so. When our roles were reversed, I showed no mercy. So you ought to do the same when given the chance. Otherwise, I'll summon another isolated Angie from a different world. And this time, I'll tear off her arms and legs, stick her with a spear, and roast her, okay? Shut up! Never again. Not my family. Not my relatives. Not any of the servants. I won't let you make them your playthings. I've already broken through all of the mysteries in the 4th game with the blue truth. The only one left is the very last one from the 3rd game. Only the murder of Dr. Nanjo. Well, fuck Dr. Nanjo. Who gives a shit? Have I already been cornered so far? What a precarious state I'm in. She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Her insides have been punched through so many times, it was only natural. In other words, the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder is the last line of defense for you being a witch, right? Because it wasn't a trap, the person looked him in the eye, it was like all that shit. I actually don't have any fucking clue how he's gonna do this. Unless fucking Ava's fucking Inspector Gadget, I really don't fucking know how she could have pulled this shit off. As you say. If you defeat that, it will mean that all of my mysteries have been defeated. Dr. Nanjo was shot by small bombs containing poison gas. Unless I counter one of your truths with some new red truth or present a new mystery, I will die. You don't look like someone who's been pushed into a corner, standing on the brink. You still have some kind of hidden pitch up your sleeve, right? Yeah, it's the fucking what the fuck happened 6 years ago paradigm. Well, who knows? I have already tired of a too long life after 1,000 years. You have not lived 1,000 years, you fucking crazy ass motherfucker. You've lived like 19. Shut the fuck up. You're just really upset that Kinzo might have fucking locked you up in gay baby jail for fucking 19 years and you were really fucking bored. Battler needs to send her back to gay baby jail. Whom I stumbled upon at the very end might not be bad. Oh wait, I've started to think that having this life ended by a rival like you, whom I stumbled upon at the very end, might not be so bad. God, I ship them. They're so cute. You can do it, can't you? Do it. I beg you, kill me. I'm always the one killing, and I've never had the experience of being killed. I've killed the 18 of you hundreds of times, but I haven't been killed even once. So I wanted to experience it just once myself. It was graceless. It was a graceless show of boldness, unchanged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth. Her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken to the flank was still tormenting her. But why the fuck did it take, like, 2 hours for me to fucking learn how to read again this stream. You can tell, like, when I'm on my game and when I'm really fucking not. Since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously without a trace of grace. But I've got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change. But pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing, and is to be spared no compromise. Powered by beer. It was truly the third beer that gave me the fucking ability to read. And with that, I opened my fourth beer in 3.5 hours. What can I say? It's a good Thursday night. I don't work tomorrow. Easy. Just by its continued existence alone, it's evil. I don't pity you. Just like how you didn't show pity for any of us. Well, of course. All of you are just pieces in the game. It's just unbelievably fun to think about which 6 to kill in the beginning, how to kill the next 2, and whether I can find a much, much more grotesque method of murder, you see. Hey, Battler, I've reformed a little, so forgive me this time. If you do, I'll change my methods of killing into something a little better, okay? I'll listen to how you want them to be killed and in what order, got it? It's so fun toying with people's lives. I'm sure you could think of a fun way to turn Angie into a pile of scrap meat much, much more thoroughly. Come, Battler, try to expose the truth of Nanjo's murder. Fuck, this is so cringe. I love my fucking reading. The 18th person X has been defeated. But I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at that point in time, Battler, Ava, Jessica, and Nanjo were all uninvolved with Nanjo's murder. Okay. I don't think it's my reading, it's just anime. Like, it's because it's anime. Because it's Japanese. I guess that's why it come across like that to me. But I have no shame. And I put my whole fucking Redosi into this shit. It also was proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. Yeah, this is really fucking tricky. Yeah, Acros, this guy is fucking really good. I would consider this guy a genius writer. It's definitely, I would consider it a little wordy, yeah, but it's good still, regardless. Like, I have minor gripes, but it's still so fucking good. Also, thank you, first time chatter. Thank you, welcome. Reading's hard. All other people have the strongest possible alibi by having their deaths proclaimed in red. I'll break through this without using the 18th person X. Plus, there's like, I don't know if this is like a translation issue, but there's a lot of like repeated phrases and stuff like that. But we've already talked about that before, so I'm not gonna much do it. I don't think it takes away from the game, really. It's just like... It's just a. I just consider it a quirk, really, more than anything else. I'll break through this without using the 18th person X. Think. Don't stop thinking. Her red doesn't only bind me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. I don't know how the fuck he's gonna figure this out, because I couldn't fucking solve it. That's right. There's still a gap. Yeah, this way I can break through it. This way, Beatrice's Legend of the Witch is finished. True, the others were probably dead. However, their deaths were not proclaimed in red at the instant Dr. Nanjo died. Oh, he's gonna use that theory? That someone had killed him and then died after? Like Jessica? No. I think she said in red that no, yeah, because it said in red that she didn't do it. Be. I think it's more like autistic in the like it's like super like just like I don't know. Wondering if Pier has autism moment. We'll see. Strictly speaking, it was in the fight between me and Ava after Nanjo's corpse was found. In other words, if someone was alive at the time Dr. Nanjo was killed, then died before Ava made that proclamation, you could still sew it right through the crack. That is good. In other words, it's like this. Someone who was first confirmed dead by Ava's proclamation was a culprit. They cleverly played dead earlier and waited for us to come and go. Before their death was announced in red, we were made to think that they died. Unfortunately, that's most likely George. Right? Then they killed Dr. Nanjo and later died for some reason. You are forgiven, Arcos. We stay chill here. After that, Ava proclaimed their death in red. This is like a totally fucking different shit, but I'm fucking getting my autism test done, boys. It's fucking real. I got that shit scheduled. Well, actually, I'm getting screened for a bunch of shit, but we'll see. I was wondering, so I set up a fucking psych eval. That theory can explain Dr. Nanjo's case. How's that, Beatrice? When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor. And a blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and skewered the Golden Witch Beato, pulling her up into the air. Oh yeah, we can turn on voices. Like, voices work for me in like little small chunks, just for when the moments are good.
酒は我が友だ。
酒は我が友だ。 When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pincushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. Holy shit. Why are her legs so skinny? What the fuck? Fuck, eat a sandwich or something, Beatrice. God damn. Fucking Angie skinny ass arms. Fucking Beatrice skinny ass legs. No wonder why she wears such a big ass poofy dress. She's got fucking chicken bones under there. What the fuck? There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Battler heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. What is going on? Because I feel like Battler's winning a little too much. Even though some of his theories are a little baby-brained, like, he's, like, Beatrice is still, like, putting on this show where she's getting fucking impaled and shit. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life. It hurts, it hurts. That's fucking badass. He could experience a portion of the pain that was felt by all those you've killed. Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little of his momentum at the extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end. Oh, that's so good. Huh? Beata let out a sob. Oh my gosh. Battler had certainly been tricked by her at one point, so he was probably able to suspect that her expression, and even her tears, were an act. However, Battler believed in those tears. No, these two are such a good ship. Stop it. Why do these two have such goo-goo eyes for each other? Fucking drop the goo-goo eyes. Battler, save your fucking sister. Do not simp for Witch Girl, please. After all those tears, had the red truth mixed in with them? Oh?
それがわらわの心臓。
心臓。
What?
ベアト。
殺して死ぬ。
Damn. This is fucked up. Were those tears from pain and torment, or else? Either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning her with such anger. God, her voice actress is so fucking good. I totally agree.
早くヘンゼのところに
There's
帰っ
just
てあげ。
like everything she says is just so dripping with emotion. I love it. And like I don't speak a lick of Japanese, but I can just feel it, man. It's so good.
帰るためじゃない。お前の痛みを止めるために。お前のね。
Oh.
ありがとう、バトラー。
This would be so good at like the last episode of the season of an anime. Fuck. Somebody needs to make a really actually good anime about this show. Even though it would be a little controversial. In her last breaths, Beato summoned up all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists. A musical would be fucking hilarious. There would have to be like a Kinzo absinthe drinking song. And who gets the I Want song? Who gets the I Want song? Fuck. Maria gets the I Want song because it's I want my mom to not beat me. Fuck. A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms, as though appealing to the heavens for something.
バトラーなら殺せるから。私の心臓。
Exactly.
潰して。貫いてね。
The red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen. Oh, the clock? Fuck.
おね。
This is where I think Lambda Delta is going to come in and swing it the other way. After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Which is good, which means I'll have an excuse to read Lambda Delta after 3 beers, but that would be actually, yeah. That would be great time. 3 beers Lambda Delta is fucking devious. Then her right arm lost its light and flopped down. Her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained... Of course it's problematic. That's the whole point of George. What is George but problematic? It's Japan. They're weird. They're different. they're okay with that, I guess. I mean, I always repeat this, but fucking George literally did the fucking line of, wow, you're so mature for your age. Very George moment. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held out towards the heavens. I almost agree. I do kind of want to agree. Because at least at this point in the game for me, I don't think Shannon's character would have been any different if she was just 2 years older. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a black curtain. What? The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me. I mean, it's problematic. He's 23. There's a 7-year age gap between them. Oh, wait. I can't do math. Fuck. 3, 2, 2. Yeah, there's a 7-year age gap. A 23-year-old cannot go out with a 16-year-old. That is so freaking weird and lame. I don't know. I think it's, I don't know. I think the age of consent should be 18. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Her eyes expressionless and spoke.
後ろ宮バトン、今から私が
What?
あなたを殺します。
それで
そしてたったこの島にはあなた以外誰もいません。
What?
この島で生きているのはあなただけです。島の外の存在は一切干渉できません。
I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. Somebody did surgery on Battler when he was sleeping and put that shit from JoJo's Part 2 in him, and he fucking died. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her.
来いよ。お前の最後の謎。俺が受け取ってやる。
この島
You are all
にあ
alone.
なたはたった一人。そしてもちろん私はあなたではない。
Okay, I didn't think that was true, so
な
good.
のに私は今ここにいてこれか
What?
らあなたを殺します。
How the fuck can Beatrice both not be here and be here?
南條先生殺しの謎の強化版ってわけか。
What the fuck?
それで
私は誰？
それがお前の最後の出題なのか。
What the fuck?
私は
Who am I? What the fuck?
私は
お前の最後の出題なのか。
誰？
それがお前の最後の出題なのか。
私は
それが
誰？
お前の最後の出題なのか。
私は
Who am I? Many are saying, many shippers are dying right now. Many shippers are excited and happy. This is so romantic. Then Beatrice slowly approached me, still expressionless, held me. Yeah, I get it, Beato. Kill you, don't worry. I slowly held her head. Then, as a piece, left the game board. What the fuck? All of the goats. Oh, I'm gonna miss reading for fucking Kuwabata. That's what I'm thinking about, Sid. I kind of think... Oh no, Disco Elysium's still better, unfortunately. I wish I could even begin to gush about how good Disco Elysium is. This is really fucking good. It's really fucking good, but it ain't Disco Elysium good, boys. I ain't gonna fucking bullshit you guys. I ain't gonna lie and stop for the... Let's fucking hit it, boys. I would assume it was a lot shorter. Wait, do I get my tips now? No, not yet. I wanted to look at my tips. Fragment number 5, Bajillion. Scattered on a large bed were cute jelly beans of various colors. And chocolate shaped like ohajiki pieces. Okay, I don't know what those are. A fork was stuck into a shortcake peeking out of a gift box. And there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on a side table. I already have mods. They're my friends that don't watch my streams. I'm surprised not one of my friends has stepped in during my fucking Umineko streams. Not one of them. I had a stream where I had 70 viewers. They were there for that, though. I had 70 viewers fucking streaming W Place of all things. It was fucking crazy. That's how I got Twitch affiliate. What is it that can kill Badler, even though there's no one alive on the island? What is it that killed everyone at 0 o'clock at midnight, except Ava, who went to Fuatorian? What kills everyone automatically at the end, even though no one is alive? Thank God I got my notes open. Tiki. Actually, I don't have them open. What the fuck? And there were decanters of drink? Yep, did that. But the color of the partially filled drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing various things together. That can be lots of fun if you don't mind the taste. Remember that freaking line from Maria about mixing the various drinks to make something that kind of tasted weird and bad? Big connection there, boys. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows, like something from a dream. What? And on this bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world. Why are they cuddling? What the fuck? Baron Castle lay face down. And Lambda Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing. Oh, are these two toxic Yuri? These two are totally toxic Yuri. It was pretty thrilling this time, wasn't it? I got real panicky when Beato said she'd stop the game. It's quite problematic. Yeah. What a rude witch to start a game like this and try to end it by throwing. It away. Wasn't Angie a good piece? After all, after Beato ran for it, Angie dragged her back and made her resume the game. I think they both can be bad. Oh. Yeah, he was being a little weird. I banned him. He was being a little weird. It was just being a little too weird for me. I don't know. I thought it was a little odd. I was gonna say something. I was getting real freaking close. They were really salty about that line. I don't know. He's like, well, it was a little bizarre. I was getting a little spooked. Anyway, let's not let that shit distract us. We got fucking reading to do. We maintain the vibes despite the weirdness. I don't. Okay, no, I'm just gonna say, like, I can, like, these both can be kind of odd, right? I can still read it though. It's not like overtly sexual. It's just a little odd. Oh my goodness. Whatever. Wasn't Angie a good piece? After Beato ran for it, Angie dragged her back and made her resume the game. Although it's a shame that she gave Battler a little too much enthusiasm. But also, like, girls and sleepovers do shit like this, to be fair, so... After all, I knew Battler was a softie. I've said it before, this could be just a little odd. I was kind of getting that vibe a little. No kidding. He looked like he might even go easy on Beato, his enemy. I was uneasy that, unlike the last game, he might actually feel compassion for Beato and take the game in a weird direction. Angie was a trump card to get Battler back on track when he mistook his goal. Although I wanted to support him by being a bit more reading is hard. Although I wanted to support him by being a bit more before using her up, she really did get used to it right off the bat. What a waste for a piece that required so much preparation. Good thing I shackled her with that rule about not giving her name. Interesting. If I hadn't been set up, the brother-sister tag team would have swallowed Beato up in one in a blink of an eye. I thought it'd be a chance for them to press her all at once. But your mark was so restrictive that I couldn't make the best use of her. What a waste that piece was. Isn't it obvious that such an unfair piece would have to be retired right away? Well, in the end, she did a good job of preventing the suspension of the game, and that helps me out, too. The way she made both our interests match is what made her truly a wonderful piece. She was an innocent kid like Battler, so it was easy to get her to do what I said. Morons and impulsive types make the best pieces. I really can't stand losing that piece. By now, that kid's minced me. Hey, let's make hamburgers out of her later on, Star. Oh wait, didn't you like gyoza more? I wonder what little sister tastes like. Hilarious. Star. Thanks to Angie, Battler has gotten all fired up. I'm pretty sure he started a hot pursuit of Beato, making this game take a big turn in my favor, right? I mean, didn't Battler just solve almost all the mysteries up until now? No, I think Beatrice just gave the fuck up. Huh? Not even close. Almost all Battler's blue truth was wrong. Beato's lukewarm red was full of holes. If she had any brains in her, she'd slip through it easily by setting up a suitable web of twisted logic. Yeah, it really ticks me off. If it were me, I'd thoroughly cut down all of it with the red. Oh, really? I was sure all those were all correct. Well, I don't know about that small bomb part, though. No shit. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's kind of like their competition, though. Well, I don't know about that small bomb part, though. Not all of Battler's blue truths were valid. When talking about the first game, Beato clearly declared that she guaranteed the identity of all unidentified corpses. This defeats Battler's theory about the culprit of the Eva Hideyoshi closed room murder being someone who faked up a corpse. Next, Cannon might have died in an accident in the boiler room, but what kind of accident could drive a stake into his chest? Are you a moron? Wait, are you a moron? I'll slice through that red treasured sword thing. Cannon did not die in an accident. I think Kumasawa's fucking alibi is bullshit. I think Kumasawa did kill him. For the next one, the murders of the three, including Genji and the Pala, the thought that it was a simultaneous murder where they shot each other in a clockwise pattern at the same time is laughable. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanja are not killers. That doesn't work. Double identities fucking totally disproves that. Fuck you, Lambda. Get fucked. I just saw all your... I just saw the tweets you sent to me, by the way, Eric. Oh my goodness, that was so bizarre. Anyways. The final trap X to kill Natsui was also ridiculous. That thing that shot Natsui wasn't a trap. It was a real shooting murder, with a gun raised and a trigger pulled. I, like, gave him a chance. I tried. I was like, that's really fucking weird. But maybe he'll chill the fuck out. And then when he saw the text to that fucking Lambda burn castle shit, I was like, the fact that he's even looking at it. I mean, I just thought it was a little odd. I tried, but I'm not. Okay, whatever. I was really hoping it was too. But I have one rule in this chat. Don't be a jag. And that was a little fucking jaggy. That thing that shot Natsumi wasn't a trap. It was a real shooting gun with a raise and with a gun raise and trigger pull. Sucks for you. You shouldn't do that. Saying something like that in red. Kid's trying to say that she bounced Natsui's bullet back with magic and killed her. Oh my, how terrible of me. You're right. Even the blue truth for the second game was way too naive. When the six were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside the chapel. That guy keeps trying to explain things using Trap X. What the heck is Trap X? Some weird mystery novel cliche? It's almost laughable to say, in case when Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed in the servant room, someone else inherited Kanon's name. Yeah, I think that's fucking stupid. We agree with that one, Lambda. No one else can go by Kanon's name. A different person can't claim that as their name. And that theory about borrowing the master key from Rosa for Natsui's room is also worthless. I don't think it is. Never mind. Unless Rosa killed everybody. To me, it's like all the servants made it the fuck up. After all the master keys came into... Wait, after all the master keys came into Rosa's control, never did any of them leave her hands. Except for the time when she lent one to Bat to unlock Natsui's room. I can keep on going, but just take a quick look at them. Turns out like this, get it? 9/11 for my theories was like, it felt like it felt like that fucking stream where Battler had a fucking double identity. That felt really shit to me. And that whole thing with fucking like that sin he's committed, that was my fucking theory 9/11. Forget taking a quick look. You've just denied Battler's blue truth for the first and second games across the board. My, what a shame. If Battler heard, he'd faint. Right? Beato wasn't cornered at all. Looks like that kid's a pretty good actress after all. I'm sure she planned to make it look like she was getting caught at this game. And then sometime next game, bang, she'll slice it up with a single red stroke to make Battler freak. And I'm sure she'll say it again with a huge smile. Witches never get into a pinch. And that whole tragic atmosphere as though Beato was getting cornered is odd. Isn't it obvious? I was kind of thinking that, I'm not gonna lie. Because at the end of the day, the game didn't fucking end. And we already knew Beatrice was like a total fucking actress. She really is a great actress. Even though she wasn't cornered at all. Exactly, when she kept bringing up Ange, it's all fucking bait. She's a fucking troll. Even though she wasn't cornered at all, it felt like an astonishing last episode climax. She's totally the winner for Best Supporting Actress this year. Oh, but of course, I'm the star. You do fine too, bud. At the end, she said something like, "Kill me," and laid out a big riddle. Wasn't that her last stand, with Beato being finished for good if that riddle was solved? Yeah. Come on, were you seriously tricked too, bud? That wasn't even close to a last stand. Beato's still holding back on killer hidden move. When she stuck out both hands to give the final riddle, did you notice how she lowered just her right hand? Yeah, now that you mentioned it. Is that what that meant? Sure is. That kid still has plenty of moves left. And none of the mysteries have been solved. That tension, like she's been exposed and the next episode would be the last. She truly is a genius at acting. Yeah, I want to see her knock Battler down to the very bottom right away. That kid's been totally encouraged by her North Wind and the Sun strategy from last time, right? That's right. I'm sure Battler will sympathize with Beato again and fall for it completely. After all, a single tear from a woman can fool a man. Here. Totally economical and profitable. I love capitalism. I wonder if Burn will get caught by the same move again. Battler would... Why did I say Burn? Battler would get caught by the same move again. Gotta spur him on so he feels sympathy again. Never feels sympathy again. I think that's wrong, Burn. Battler has to have a little sympathy. Although Angie's mincemeat seems to have done that pretty well. A power-up from Angie flavored hamburger? Oh, of course, I won't lose either. Starting here, I'll thoroughly support Beato to rally her enough to compete with Battle. Beato won't lose. I mean, I'm threatening her with a wonderful punishment game if she loses. Music note, 8th note. Your punishment games are seriously not cool, so you should go a little easy on her. I've decided what to do for your next punishment game, Burn. Wanna hear? Wanna hear? No. Come on, ask me, Star. Guess what? Guess what? I'll lock you in wonderful, wonderful castle. That castle will be surrounded by pure white walls 12 kilometers to a side. Stop. With a height of 10 meters. Magic and tricks are prohibited. You really couldn't jump over that, right? 1.4 billion cubic meters. 440 billion. You can stop there. I already know what you're gonna say. In that place, we'll start getting buried with gems, one every day. I'll lock you in until the castle walls are packed with them, and you're buried to death with gems. Isn't that wonderful romantic punishment game? A wonderful. Blech. You multiply the length of the walls by 5 and make it 1/10 its current height. I wouldn't mind if you shut me in right now. I think you're bringing up a pretty good point. What I think is really interesting, Sid, is that Lambda is the one that represents Beatrice as certainty, and Battler is the one that's represented by Burn through miracles. You think it would be the other way around, almost, right? The fact that the one who's about certainty and you would assume like empirical fact, logic, would be supporting Battler, but no, it's actually the one who's about miracles, the one that's like tied in with magic, that's supporting Battler, and I think that's super fucking interesting. So yeah, I totally agree. These two definitely have their own agendas. Really? That would make 360 billion, 3.6 billion cubic meters, right? The time period for the punishment game would be more than double, right? I get to keep you as my prisoner for such a long time. I really like you, Burn. I even love you. Platonically. Lambda Delta playfully approached Baron Castle, who yawned, looking bored as she touched the bottom of Lambda Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat. You're betting on Battler's victory. And I'm betting on an eternal tie for the two of them. Doesn't that mean no one's betting on Beato's victory? I wouldn't. Her chances of winning are 0. Oh! How truly pitiful, being told by the Witch of Miracles that there's no chance of a miracle. The best ship is Battler Beatrice, actually, methinks. Although, I wouldn't bet on her either, right? I could say that with certainty. It's also pretty sad when the Witch of Certainty says that. You're certainly screwed. Usually for them, they giggled together. I wonder how this game will resolve itself. Kraus Goda. What you don't know, Eric, is that Kraus and Goda actually have like the most romantic old man yaoi that even exceeds Genji Kinzo. I mean, Goda's got this whole domestic housewife thing going, right? He's a cook. Kraus is like this like stuffy businessman. It's like something out of like some like total fever dream. It's like something out of a total fucking romance fever dream. The fucking chef with the ability to cook. And you got fucking Kraus, who's like the rich billionaire. Canon Jessica's really good, but I also really don't fucking trust Canon right now. I don't trust any of the fucking servants. Yeah, that's one thing we can predict. Oh, Natsui. I also agree, it really wouldn't fit with her character. I wonder if the game will resolve it. Oh, yeah, that's the one thing we can't predict. That's why it's fun. I won't permit escaping or suspensions any longer. I'll certainly make them continue their game, and I won't let them run away. Even though I can't even imagine what will happen next. I know it certainly won't end that way. At the very least, it won't end with Beato's victory. I mean, think about it. Neither of us is betting on Beato's victory. In other words, I can't believe I just did the thing I said I wouldn't do with her voice. As like when I said when you do like woods versus woids. I just did that. Oh my god. A little too stereotypical. In other words, if it looks like Beato's gonna win, she'll have the two great witches as enemies. Exactly. Her powers are most in equilibrium when balancing a tie in Battler's advantage. Wait, balancing between a tie and Battler's advantage. If it tips too much in Beato's favor, both of us will line up along the same vector and drag Beato back.
In other words, the instant Beato's in a superior position, she'll have to deal with both of us as enemies.
I love doing that voice explicitly when she does that face. It's fucking so perfect. I'm so proud when I did it for the first time. Total fucking Mind Palace speaking to me. We fucking loved it. A common front with Beato with Bud sounds fun. 8th note. Thanks. I'm not going into a compétu. I don't know what that means. Candy bath with you. Oh, and I was gonna cover you with melted marshmallows while taking a compétu shower. How pitiful. How pitiful. That child was a living toy. A doll you caught so that you could play with me, Lambda. I'm good at playing with dolls. I really can do it well, okay? I'm proud of being able to play with a single toy for hundreds of years without getting tired of it. You're her ally. You're her ally at some times and oppose her at others, toying with her for all eternity. How pitiful. That kid is now our doll. I love that fucking Eric. For some reason, my Lambda voice is just it's fucking transcendent. Giving her like a fucking like shitty like vaguely New York accent, it's too good. I don't even know what the fuck she sounds like really. Let's hear. What does Lambda Delta sound like?
酒は我が友だ。
私たち二人の望む末路しか用意
I'm way better than that! What the fuck? I'm way better than that. That's so generic. Look, I wouldn't normally say this, but after a couple beers, dare I say, I totally agree with Sid. Hire me to be the Lambda voice actor for the English voiceover of the Umineko dub. I don't make the rules. Sorry, boys. That's right. That kid is our doll. None of us have been prepared for that kid except for the two of us. Desire. In other words, I can say for sure that this can only end by repeating a tie for eternity because of me. Or else, with Beato losing and being destroyed because of you, Burn. As far as this game ending with Beato's victory goes... Wait, did I not read that right? Oh no, I did read it right. There was ellipses there. I will proclaim it as the Witch of Miracles. Then I will proclaim it as the Witch of Certainty. Beato certainly cannot win. And a miracle certainly will not occur. What the fuck? Alright, that's the fucking questions are motherfuckers. We did it. Extremely not. They're extremely not the good guys. Wait, let me get the facts here. 134 hours of content. The longest fucking game I've ever streamed on Twitch. That's fucking crazy. When you're reading these credits, replace them all with Pier. I did all these fucking goofy ass voices. Some of them changed. Yeah, because I have no fucking... Because I'm going to be having a bunch of fucking questions in episode 5, I'm going to guess. Wonder what's gonna happen next. Jessica gets like those fucking like fists from Hades 1. I believe in Japanese the answers part are called chiru. It translates into scattering, but they are localized into English. Copy Higurashi was the author's previous work. Oh, okay. My question is how was questions translated? Unless it was the exact same. But wow, I did not think I was gonna be this fucking into this game. I knew it was good because I think I said this before, but I was interested in this game because I saw a couple people on Twitter talking about Joseph Anderson's playthrough. I really fucking respect Joseph Anderson because he's such a good fucking game reviewer. Like, I really like his reviews, so I thought if he played it through, it must be really fucking good. So that's kind of, and I was looking for something new to stream because I just moved back to PA, and like that was like a big fucking thing to me. So I had so much fucking fun doing this, and I can't wait to fucking get in to the fucking answers arc. Oh, I still need to look at the episode 4 tips though before we end though. I do want to look at episode 4 tips because I want to play around with it and see if I can get anything from it. Did I not get all the achievements? I only got 90% of the achievements? What the fuck? What am I missing? Oh, okay. What the fuck? Okay. Why don't I have all the achievements? Alright, let's execute Battler. Missing. Went to hell embraced by the witch. But to the witch that hell was the golden land. Can I execute the other characters? No, I can just execute Sakutaro. I'm watching this fucking Tumblr post. Who's gonna fucking break? Kinzo's Heineken? I fucking love Heineken. Oh, Shannon, no! George gets fucked. This is what got you to read Umineko? That's fucking so hilarious. Soul, that's a pretty good beer too. Alright. Well, I think I glimpsed all I can, so I'm gonna end today. It's been a fucking long ass stream, but I knew I could finish this shit tonight. Wait, am I missing something? Written tip? Oh, wait. Oh, thank you. Shit. Oh, fuck. Okay, that was close. Okay, holy fuck. Let's read through these real quick. Creators are sacred beings who can create one out of the sea of nothingness. They can give birth to one from zero, give birth to the endless, and return it to zero again in a flash. They are freed from all restrictions in Voyagers. Witches, Voyagers, and Creators. One from the sea of nothingness. They are freed from all restrictions, and Voyagers sometimes call them gods. In that sense, perhaps a witch of origins, Maria is a chosen girl fated to become a creator. All Voyagers fear that the destination of their own journeys is becoming a creator. As to why they would fear advancing to the status of a higher order being, only they themselves can comprehend the answer. Yeah, all these are fucking new, so we have to read all of these. Worlds of different fates and circumstances are called fragments. And witches capable of crossing the ocean of endless fragments are called voyagers. It is also a title to indicate a high order witch, and witches limited to their own territories cannot compare to their power. However, because they don't have well-defined territories of their own, their values are ever-changing, and it's easy for their souls to become vague and insubstantial. It isn't common for this to result in them turning into scraps of seaweed in the fragment ocean and fading away. Their voyage has no destination. You might even say they're on a journey to escape a destination. Witches of an even higher order than voyagers are called creators. The definition of a witch is vague, but according to the generally accepted theory, one becomes a witch at the moment they gain possession of a power surpassing the boundary of humans that they can use at will. The world, or fragment, in which they can use their power freely is known as their territory. Most witches can leave their territory at will, but those who can travel freely across worlds of fragments are known as voyagers. In the story, Berncastle and Lambda Delta are regarded in this special category. Beatrice's titles. As a witch, Beatrice holds two titles, Golden and Endless. These originally came from separate magical compendiums, so it can be said that she wields the power of two compendiums. The title the Endless Witch has its foundation in endless creation, and is the root of her unmatched, endless magical power. The title of Golden Witch has its foundation in the realization of magic, a magical power that can materialize imaginary precious metals. Providing the miracle of manifestation to all less tangible forms of magic. Those two titles were refined even further within Mariage Sorcière, leading to their sublimation into a compendium known as Endless Realization. In that sense, she technically shouldn't be referred to as the Endless Witch or the Golden Witch, but by a new title that is the fusion of the two. Grimoires. Simply put, anytime a magical compendium is written down to be passed on to later generations, the result is a grimoire. It is said that today the most famous. Yeah, that's right. Anytime a magical compendium is written down to be passed on to later generations, the result is a grimoire. It is said that today the most famous grimoire in the world has a history of over 2,000 years and is still in circulation, acquiring new alliance members even now. It is forbidden to speak the true name of that grimoire, so it is simply called book. Magical compendiums. This term refers to a foundation that gives birth to magic. In particular, it indicates a system through which magical power can be gained automatically by sharing. For witches, committing one's magical compendium to paper and leaving it behind for future generations is often considered to be important life's work. However, the more fearsome the power of a magical compendium, the harder it is to comprehend and share with others. An easily learned magical power may be easy to share, but such magical compendiums are doomed to end up as little more than good luck charms that are eventually forgotten. The essence of sorcery is maintaining a balance between these two. Just the Bible. The essence of sorcery is maintaining a balance between the two outcomes when leaving a magical compendium behind for later generations. Alright, now we got the Mariage Sorcière. Alliance between of witches formed by Lady Maria, the Witch of Origins, and Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch. Together, they created a groundbreaking magical compendium, which brought an immense influx of strength to Beatrice's once declining magical power. It's probably safe to say that the formation of this alliance allowed Beatrice to gain the endless power in its truest sense. According to its first clause, member witches must acknowledge each other and respect each other's magic. Young Angie did receive an invitation to join this alliance at one point, but she was later excommunicated. Okay. The witch lore. We got some witch lore. And this is actually the final screen of the game. It's the fucking Golden Land. I think that's so fucking cool. Anyways, thanks for reminding me about that Sid, by the way, because I almost just fucking ended it. And I knew the fact that I had to read those fucking tips before I ended, but I totally forgot. But anyways, I will be back Monday, where we will begin to fucking totally try to figure out who the fuck Beatrice is. And then I will see you guys later. And then maybe we get into episode 5, but we'll see. All right, see you guys. Bye.